Critchley and Walter dig in to force final day drama. Essex are in a whole heap of trouble at the Cloud County ground. Their response to Northamptonshire's first innings 390 spluttered its way to 95 for 8 when time was called on the second day of play. Ben Sanderson's 4 wickets built on Luke Proctor's ton to give the visitors the advantage. Snater and Spaghetti were the men tasked with trying to rescue Essex, and the former had ideas about how to go about that, accelerating early in the day to carry the hosts beyond 100, and he was chipping away at their quite significant deficit. And they did very well together, the partnership worth 50 runs when Spaghetti worked one off his legs for a single. Snater then calmly guided Taylor through third man to record a well-deserved half-century and take Essex to 150. The lower order resistance was to be applauded, but inevitably the partnership was broken. Spaghetti bowled by Berg and Essex down to their final wicket. Snater was still denying Northamptonshire though. Cook watching on from the other end as the number 9 continued to add to his score, and the visitors' once huge lead was now heading below 200. His fun was over when Keogh found Cook's edge and Vasconcelos took the catch. Essex dismissed for 193, still 197 behind, and they'd be back out there after lunch with Vasconcelos enforcing the follow-on. They'd been let down by their top order, who had crumbled to 75 for 7, less than top scorer Snater had added by himself with his unbeaten 79. Sanderson had picked up 4 of the top 5 wickets, his figures an impressive 4 for 32 off 19 overs of bowling. The start to the second innings was much kinder to Essex, Cook and Brown up into the 40s, but that's where Northamptonshire struck. The former England captain out caught by Vasconcelos off Taylor for 19. They inched their way past 50, but Northamptonshire weren't to be kept out. Wesley out LBW to Proctor, who was stamping his authority all over this match. The visitors wouldn't loosen their grip. Brown out caught by Vasconcelos off the spin of Keogh, and they were still in trouble at tea. The score just 69 for 3. They were still trailing by 128. Walter and Critchley looked determined after tea, their partnership just what the doctor ordered for Essex, and they were up to 3 figures. And then to a 50-run partnership, scored from 140 balls. If Essex were going to find an escape route, the 4th wicket partnership would surely prove to be crucial to them. And they'd still be there when both sides returned on the morning of the final day. Essex doing everything in their power to deny Northamptonshire, the deficit now 48 at the close, with 7 wickets in hand. The visitors, though, will be confident they can pick up their first win of the season when they return on Sunday. It's tantalisingly close, but can they grab their chance?
Shane, we'll get onto the state of the game in a moment, but first, a career best score for you today. What was your approach going into the morning session?
I think it was just Stex and I went out there just trying to bat as long as we could, you know, obviously with Sam coming in after, but yeah, we just wanted to try and draw the game out as much as we can, just bat time.
So over the past 12 months you've made a number of contributions with the bat. Is that a side of your game that you've been looking to develop, or is it just a case that you're getting more opportunities now?
No, for sure, it is a side of that I'd like to develop, so it's nice to see some rewards. Yeah.
You've earned yourself a stable place in the team this year, and you've even started taking the new ball as well. You must be really satisfied with how it's going.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously it's nice to contribute to the team. Obviously we haven't had the ideal start we wanted, but hopefully it can all come together and we can start putting the results forward.
So your innings set the tone for a day where the team fought back after a really tough day yesterday. What were the conversations in the changing room ahead of today?
Yeah, like I said, I think everyone knows we can do it, so it's just going out there and doing it and cracking on with it, you know, digging in deep and yeah, just showing a bit of fight, you know.
Batting to save a game isn't a position you're used to being in, but can games like this help build character early in the season?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, having the confidence going into other games and moving forward that you've done it before, yeah, certainly.
So Walter and Critchley batted the entire evening session, so what's the plan for tomorrow? Bat and bat long?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they batted really nice this evening and it's nice to get a partnership going. So yeah, just carry on going tomorrow and just see where we are.
It's 11:30. Andrew, certainly an interesting day in prospect for weather holds.
It is Paul, yes. We're working.
Everything was right, except the volume was...
Well, everyone's a critic, so they turned me down for the first ball. Morning, everybody. Yes, it is intriguing, boys. And the various weather apps have been studied very closely, as you can imagine, in the last hour or so. And it doesn't look as though there's much coming this way, if any at all. If the apps are to be believed, there's a sort of a 20% chance of rain at the most through most of the second half of the day. So it's just a question of whether Essex, this partnership between Critchley and Walter can be extended. Northamptonshire, as John Sadler, the head coach, made the point when I was talking to him last night after the close of play, that it's the old Jeffrey Boycott thing, had 2 wickets and then it was a very different game. They feel that with fresh bowlers, the odd ball just doing a little bit last night, the odd one keeping low. If they're just going to keep plugging away, and they believe that if they can get one, they can get 2, and they can go through the rest. But we shall see.
Well, if it were me, I would have, without hesitation, Rob Keogh on straight away, because I think he caused Paul Walter quite a bit of trouble, and I didn't think Walter looked at all inconvenienced at any stage against the quicker bowls.
No, it's a good point, and I think also it was almost near one of the deliveries that was the most threatening as far as Northamptonshire was the last ball of the day, when Zabe, who bowls this little sort of rather darty, slow left arm, came on the final over the day from the Hayes close end, and the last ball of the day just scuttled through against Paul Walter, who did really well to get the bottom bat onto it and survive. So there's a little bit still in this pitch, there's another 15 overs to go until a new ball is due, which equally could be a vital part of the game. But it seems to start with, because Northamptonshire is going to start off with Matt Kelly.
So Matt Kelly will begin proceedings from the river end, the Western Australian. 2 slips, crouch, and it will be Matt Critchley on strike first up. And he dabs this one into the offside, fielded at point. No run, he remains on 44, and Essex at 149 for 3, having trailed by 197 on first innings, are currently 48 runs behind. So Kelly making his way back, 3 men to be out. Both Essex for 19, Cook and Brown, and Tom Wesley for 9. Going into the BBC Essex 11 o'clock news in a couple of minutes' time. Kelly bowls, Critchley defends, goes out to Gareth Bird, fielding in the covers. No run, and score remaining 149 for 3.
That said, we talked about the fact that the possibility of rain isn't particularly high if the various Met apps are to be believed. It is overcast, and whereas yesterday felt unquestionably like a batting day, it was bright sunshine for most of the day, and Northamptonshire was saying afterwards, the bit of sunshine on the pitch did help. It does feel a little bit more humid this morning, maybe. Might just swing around a little bit.
Kelly bowls, that goes through low outside off stump, and score remaining at 149 for 3.
That's going to be the issue, isn't it? Is the fact that the odd ball is just keeping. It's not grubbing along the floor, but it is just keeping a little bit low.
It could be a very, very good day's play indeed if we're lucky with the weather, because if Essex were to knock off the 48 deficit for no more than one more wicket down, and in the end sort of got 150 or so in front, you never know what could happen in the 4th innings if the ball started to do things, as Kelly's in, bowls, and Critchley, resolute in defence, again picks out Gareth Berg in the covers, and there is no run.
Yes, we were looking at this sort of scenarios, weren't we? And to get in that position, Essex are going to need to score another 200 runs, which takes you up to tea time.
It does,
and then the overs are sort of, well, if you've had an uninterrupted day, 32 overs left, I'll break off and let you update.
Thank you.
Radio Essex.
So, just... very good morning, Nick, and play has resumed with Essex still on there, 149 for 3, 48 behind. Kelly just bowling a ball outside off stump. So Critchley remains on his overnight, 44 not out, and Walter on his overnight, 40 not out. The pair have put on 91 unbroken up to the close yesterday and have really put Essex back in with a chance, almost certainly not of winning the game, but definitely of drawing the game if they bat well today. Maybe if they can get 150 to 200 in front, there could even be a little bit of a finish. But they did really well yesterday after getting really a bit of a hiding on day 2. They look certain to lose the game. But as I say, they do have a chance of picking up the 8 points for a draw here. And at the moment, they are still in the first over of the day on 149 for 3. So there was a dot ball that ended the over there. The ball just played quietly into the onside. A maiden over for starters from Matthew Kelly, but not an over that troubled the batsman at any stage. Critchley still 40 not out, 44 not out, I should say. Walter 40 not out, 149 for 3.
Yeah, so if Essex were to score another get 200 runs so that they were 150 ahead, then, of course, we're looking at, say, roughly tea time, 32 overs to go to chase 150. Well, yeah, it's definitely on. But then, as you say, it's a question of how deep Northamptonshire would be prepared to go to chase victory if the couple of wickets fell early on. As you say, 8 points for a draw. It's quite tempting, isn't it, to shut up shop? Anyway, that's a long way off. Here's Tom Taylor to bowl the first over of the morning from the Hayes Close end. He's in and bowls to the left-handed Walter, who pushes it up into the covers where it's fielded by Gareth Berg. And there's no run. And Critchley on 44, Walter on 40, 149 for 3.
If you would carry on, Andrew, I will try to see that we lose the programme in the ears.
Right you are. 2 slips in place, Vasconcelos at first, Young at second, Emilio Gay at backward point, then an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg, or in fact more a deep backward square. Safe save in front of the Northamptonshire changing room, down to our right. As Taylor comes in and bowls full length, driven up to mid-off by Walter and fielded there by Rob Keogh. Not too many spectators in this morning. There's a decent smattering of them over to our right in the Tom Pearce stand. But possibly other things to do this morning. Hopefully if there's a little bit left in this game and if Essex can get the lead, then I would imagine they will drift in a little bit later on. If, of course, the weather stays dry. Here's Taylor in again, bowls, and it's hit on the pad, Walter, as he was aiming to whip it away through mid-wicket. I think there was a bit of bat involved as well. The batsman in the way of these things, brandishing his bat just to show that there was bat on it. One of the little mysteries of this match has been solved, at least as far as I was concerned this morning, because I think it was on the second day we had the ball change, and rather than somebody coming onto the field to bring the box of balls onto the field, the umpire actually had to go off and get them himself. And I just noticed that when Tom Lungley and Nigel Long came out, as that's driven up to mid-off again by Walter, fielded by Keogh, and there's no run. When they came out, just prior to taking the field this morning, they did have the little suitcase full of balls. And it's left just over the other side of the boundary rope in front of that stand, which I think is where the sponsors sit, over to our right. So they don't have a member of staff here to bring the balls out. The umpires have to, it's a DIY job. Anyway, that was one little mystery that we had. I think it was on the second day. Here's Taylor from the Hayes Close end, in bowls full to Walter, edges, and it's going down to third man. There isn't a third man. It's a chase down there by Ricardo Vasconcelos, and that's the first runs of the morning, and it's a boundary, and brings up the 150 for Essex, 153 for 3. Greeted with a smattering of applause from around the ground. 150 coming up in the 67th over of the innings. It takes the partnership up to 95, and it takes Paul Walter up to 44. Good battling performance this by big tall left-hander, 44 off 142 balls. And Essex really need these two to take it on, preferably wipe off the arrears and see where they are then. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Walter, plays just slightly across his front pad, but it goes up safely enough to mid-wicket, where it's fielded there by Ben Sanderson, and that's the end of the second over of the morning. 153 for 3 Essex, with Critchley on 44, Walter also on 44. Taylor, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32, having picked up the wicket yesterday of Sir Alistair Cook, with the aid of a good low slip catch by Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Was a good catch, yeah, so just a quiet start to the day so far. The only runs that have come via an edge, but having said that, it was nowhere near catching height. It went pretty much straight to ground. Paul Walter joining Matt Critchley on 44, and Matt Kelly to continue from the river end here at the county ground in Chelmsford. Paul Neaton here with Andrew Radd. Dick Davis will join us at 11:30. Kelly bowls well outside off stump, and Critchley barely deigns to look at the ball as he knows he's on safe ground to leave that to the good offices of Lewis McManus, and the score remaining at 153 for 3, with Essex currently 44 runs needed to ensure Northamptonshire have to bat a second time.
Of the 5 Division 1 matches in the Championship, there's only play in 2 this morning, because of course the match down at Taunton finished yesterday with Somerset beating Warwickshire. We're playing here, they're playing up at Headingley between Kent and Yorkshire. The other 2 matches at Southampton and Bristol start delayed.
And this ball is clipped away, not entirely convincingly by Critchley, but he gets his first run of the morning as the ball goes down to deep backward square leg. Sanderson comes in to do a bit of routine retrieval, and the score 154 for 3, with 45 now to Critchley.
Yes, Gloucestershire 443 for 2 against Surrey down at Bristol, but their start delayed because of rain. Likewise at Southampton, which has looked to be a fascinating match, where Lancashire needing 351 to win, 9 for no wicket, but they're off for rain there, so we're lucky to be seeing some cricket in terms of Division 1 matches.
And Kelly on his way again, this time to bowl for the first time today to Paul Walter, and Walter taken on the pad, and the ball disappears about 25 yards away, so McManus has to tear after it. The signal from Nigel Long is for the leg by at 155 for 3, now 42 runs behind, but certainly we're probably in the best position in the country down here in the southeast corner to avoid the worst of the rain, and indeed all of it, hopefully.
Yes, I was hearing there's a little bit of just a few dribs and drabs of rain in Northamptonshire this morning, which is just a couple of hours away, so not that far away, but hopefully it'll not get this far east.
Kelly bowls to Critchley. Critchley showing the maker's name, plays the ball wide of mid-off. They've taken one, and it's a good little bit of fielding there, and that's Rob Keogh, who chased back towards long off. Keeps it down to a single, 156 for 3, 41 behind, and Critchley has 46, Walter 44.
They are, though, playing at Hove, which is not too far away from Southampton, where Durham are 176 for no wicket in their second innings against Sussex. That's in the Division 2 match. Durham's still 139 behind. They're also playing at Derby. Derbyshire 173 for 2 in their second innings against Glamorgan. That's a lead of 154. So a bit of a mixed picture across the country, depending on where you happen to be.
Kelly coming round the wicket to the left-handed Walter, and he too plays very straight, goes up to mid-on. There is no run there. Proctor Fields 156 for 3. We've heard from Ken Newbury at BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. He says, good morning, I was glad to hear we have the first team out when it comes to the commentators today. I remember Bob Willis being very upset when we stuffed Northampton at Ilford recently after following on. Young Ray Easton is made Ackfield, but chiefly responsible, I believe. Perhaps we could call on them for advice after knocking up a quick 150 lead today and declaring round about tea time. As here's the next ball, and this is played into the onside, and there will be no runners. Emilio Gay does the fielding at mid-wicket, And resuming at 149 for 3, we've had 7 runs added, with Critchley moving up to 46, Walter 44. We've had a leg by amongst the runs today, 156 for 3, 67 overs bowled.
What was he saying about Bob Willis there, Paul? Sorry,
Yes, he says, I remember Bob Willis being very upset when Essex stuffed Northampton at Ilford. He says recently, but it can't be recently.
I wonder why Bob Willis was upset about anything about Northamptonshire losing, but Bob Willis was nothing to do with Northamptonshire.
He's a very caring man.
Well, absolutely, yes. Although playing for Warwickshire, his heart bled for Northamptonshire. Well, that's very nice to hear. Lovely chap, of course, and much missed within the game. Here is Tom Taylor. Going to start another over from the Hayes close end, bowling to Critchley, who on drives, but only as far as Proctor in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
We've heard from Ilicitano Shrimper, who says, good morning, gentlemen, from sunny but only warm southeastern Spain, ! Looking forward to a good battle. Here's hoping neither set of batsmen panic on their way to completing their half-centuries, and that Essex are still batting come a shaking of hands after tea. Hasta luego, as he always finishes. And see you later, alligator, basically.
Well, we shall see. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Critchley, and Critchley nicely in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Taylor tries a bit of fancy footwork to knock the ball up into his hand, misses completely, so he won't be getting a contract come the end of the season for Northampton Town. Ball just rolls up to mid-on and fielded there by Luke Proctor, who's had a pretty decent match one way or another with his highest score for Northamptonshire and picked up a couple of useful wickets as well. Here's Taylor turning again, running into bowl to Matt Critchley again. The front foot this time, very solidly in behind that, plays it up to Sanderson at mid-wicket this time. Just the 2 slips in place, Vasconcelos at first, Young at second. Then Zabe at backward point, Berg at extra cover. Big gap through mid-off.
I don't recall in the entirety of yesterday Will Young actually having to do any fielding. Don't think it ever went to him.
No, he has had a pretty good record in there at second slip, but nothing went to him. He couldn't catch it. That's a superb bit of fielding at extra cover by Gareth Berg, 41 years old, flinging himself to his right. And, well, I think if he hadn't have got a hand onto that, that was 4 runs, because it was beautifully timed by Matt Critchley, and that would have been a boundary to give him his half-century. As it was, he stays on 46.
Yeah, definitely saved the boundary there. It's beautiful, as you say, beautifully timed. There would have been no stopping it. Great bit of fielding, and still 156 for 3.
Yeah, lovely crisp stroke by Matt Critchley. Here's Taylor running in again, bowls to him, and again he plays it not quite as firmly, but in the same general direction of the front foot, and again it's down to Berg to do a slightly less acrobatic piece of fielding, nevertheless cuts off the chance of a single. And I'm sure that's really what Northamptonshire, yes, they want to pick up wickets, but what they don't want is for Essex to really get away. We talked about the possible mathematics of the day and how it might pan out if these two can dig in and if the other batsmen can do their job as well, and how many runs Essex could potentially be ahead by tea time. Now, Will Young has gone out of second slip and is going into the gully, and backward point has gone back onto the boundary. Safe Zabe. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Critchley, who looks to on drive without any great power or timing, goes up to mid-on, fielded by Proctor. End of another over, 156 for 3. So the partnership between these two is worth 98. That's a maiden for Taylor, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. Critchley is 46, Walter is 44.
We've heard from Martin Levin at BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. He says, wow, a bit of a turnaround by Essex. Well done, boys. Keep digging in. And Ken Newbury says, Nothing online from BBC Cricket. Hope to hear something before lunch. Oh yes, I think you have particular difficulty at times, Ken. Hopefully everybody hearing us loud and clear. As Kelly coming round the wicket from the river end is bowls, and Walter just drops the ball a few yards into the offside, and there is no run. The score remaining at 156 for 3 as Tom Taylor does the fielding there, having just bowled a maiden at the Hayes close end. So a quiet start to the day. Hasn't really been a moment where a wicket was particularly close to falling. Equally, runs have come fairly modestly. The only boundary has been an edge that was along the ground from this man Paul Walter, who now faces Kelly. Walter drops this into the offside and they can amble a single as Gully had to make a fair degree of ground, and the man on the boundary had a long way to come in. So 157 for 3 and Walter to 45.
I think I may have solving mysteries this morning, Miss Marple. I think I may have solved the mystery of the Essex victory after being forced to follow on at Ilford, and why Bob Willis would have been upset because it was against Warwickshire, not against Northamptonshire.
I look forward to this. We'll take it after this ball because
so I have found the match.
I must admit I was absolutely at a loss to think what the explanation could be. So
I have found the match.
Well done. As here is Kelly in over the wicket, bowling to the right-hander. 2 slips back in place, and this is pulled by Critchley. Be a run out to man coming off the square leg boundary, and that's safe save, and 157 for 3, and that is just one. That's 100 partnership. 158 for 3, therefore it is. The board I'm looking at is always a run behind. 158 for 3, century partnership between Matt Critchley, who has moved along to 47, and Walter on 45.
Yes, this was 1984, Valentine's Park. I was sorry because Northamptonshire haven't played that often at Valentine's Park in the past. But 1984.
As Kelly comes and bowls to the left-handed Walter. Nice shot, forced off the back foot, but picks out Taylor in the covers, no run.
Warwickshire batted first, made 334 all out, of which Alvin Cali-Charan made a century. Essex were then bowled out for 114 with Yogi Ferreira, Anton Ferreira and Norman Gifford doing most of the damage. They followed on, scored 374 all out, runs all down the order really. Kenny McEwen made 97, Chris Gladwin 92, Graham Gooch 54, Paul Pritchard 31, and then setting Warwickshire 155 to win. They were bowled out for 119.
Kelly bowls and takes Walter on the pad, and there's no run.
By John Lever, 4 for 46. Derek Pringle, 4 for 13. And David Ackfield picked up the other 2 for 30. And Essex won by 35 runs. And Bob Willis was captain of Warwickshire, so presumably would not have been very happy.
There we are then. Thanks to Ken, and well done to Andrew for unravelling the mystery. And that was the year 1984 of the most astonishing finish to the county championship, with Essex just pipping Nottinghamshire to the title. Gooch got 2,559 runs that year, which may have had something to do with Essex winning, as Kelly's in and bowls, and the long way down leg side, superbly taken by Lewis McManus, diving to his right. A little bit wayward there, Matt Kelly. End of the over, 158 for 3, and the interesting name that you mentioned there, Andrew, was Chris Gladwin, who had a superb season, I think it was that year, and got about 1,500 runs. Very sadly, he was a left-handed batsman who opened with Gooch. Very sadly, his career just didn't go on from there. Very nice chap. We had him at the Cricket Society a good few years ago now. Came across very well indeed, but it was a shame because he really looked, he was a well-built, slightly stocky man, quite tall, and when he hit a cricket ball, it stayed hit, and it was very entertaining to watch, but his career just didn't sort of go on from those heights.
No, I do remember him. Here's Taylor. It's overcast morning here at Chelmsford, running in from the Hayes close end, bowling uppishly and caught at extra cover by Gareth Berg, and Northamptonshire have the breakthrough just after the 100 partnership coming off. Matt Critchley playing just a little bit early at that, perhaps pushing at it. It went up in the air and it was a simple catch to Berg at extra cover. Taylor makes the breakthrough. Critchley goes for 47 and Essex are 158 for 4, still 39 runs behind.
Yep, it was an anticlimactic ending to Critchley's innings because he played very, very well. Never looked like doing anything like that. And he is a fine cover driver. But as you say, he just played a fraction early at it. And it was one of those things, as soon as he'd hit it, he knew exactly what was about to happen. The catch was never going to be dropped. And he wheeled round, and not in a way I think that would lead him into any trouble, but he just flailed his bat in self-reproach.
Yeah,
and
was disappointed, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's the end. Of course, the partnership worth exactly 100.
Yeah, played really well. 122 balls, 4 fours. That partnership between Critchley and Walter worth exactly 100 in 43 overs. So they've used up a good chunk of the game. Nevertheless, Northamptonshire have the break they were looking for. Josh Cobb has emerged from the pavilion as the drinks man. He really is enjoying his trip down to Chelmsford, isn't he? Running on with drinks and doing a bit of 12th man duty and a bit of fielding for Northamptonshire's white ball captain. Nevertheless, he's trotting back now with his load. It looks like a bit like the old Unigate milkman, doesn't he? Other dairies are available. With his two milk crates heading back towards the dressing room. So Northamptonshire have the breakthrough. It brings Feroz Kushi to the crease, who played, I thought, really well. He showed great patience in the first innings, and when the conditions were about as difficult as they've been for batting in the whole of the match, and he just did the hard work and then got out right at the very end of the day, which obviously he would have been very frustrated about. Looked to have a good touch in the football this morning. I was watching the Essex players warming up down below in the football, and
yeah, he was quite animated.
Cushy was very animated, and yeah, he looked to have a good left foot. Here's Taylor running in and bowling to him, and he's in behind that, playing it out to Berg in the covers, and there's no run. The field for Cushy, we have 2 slips. Vasconcelos at first, Young at second. Then they have 2 men close in at mid-wicket on the drive. They did have 2. I think they're now, yes, they're going to have a short mid-wicket and a silly mid-on right in the batsman's eye line, which means that Paul Walters had to go a bit wider in case he needs to run, because the fielder's left foot is almost on the cut strip. As Taylor comes in and bowls to Cushy, plays defensively up, and it's fielded by that man on the drive, Ben Sanderson, and there's no run.
Yep, it's good delivery that, and came down late on it, Cushy, but did well, watched it carefully. 158 for 4.
Well, are we hoping it's the old one brings 2 cliche that...
Well, I was just going to say that you'll recall yesterday I pointed out that Paul Walters in his danger zone in 30s and 40s. He's got so many of them in his career, and of course they say when one member of a long partnership goes, the other very often follows.
Here's Taylor in, bowls to Cushy outside the off stump. Good carry. You can see a bit of a zip in that delivery from Taylor, buoyed by the wicket and getting a decent carry into the gloves of Lewis McManus.
So worth pointing out, Essex are still 39 behind, and Northamptonshire with that crucial breakthrough. As I've been saying, I would like, from a Northamptonshire point of view, to see Rob Keogh introduced as soon as possible from the River End.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they decide to turn to spin, or at what point they decide to turn to spin. For now, that's chipped up in the air by Cushy, and they've obviously done their homework, and that's where they think they might get him. And they've got those 2 fielders in there fairly close on the onside, but not that close.
No,
the silly mid-on is a genuine silly mid-on, just let's say left foot on the cut strip. They're now bringing that looks a little bit like the old stable door after the horse is bolted, because they're now bringing Luke Proctor in much tighter in at a short mid-wicket, and they have also a man on the square in a catching position just in front of square. So 3 men in an arc in front of square on the leg side, all catching positions, plus the 2 slips as Taylor comes in, bowls short to Cushy, and Taylor, that's a serious effort ball by Tom Taylor, who can do that, and often we saw that last season. He would suddenly, a ball from him would bounce and slap into the gloves from nowhere, and that was a short ball that Lewis McManus had to leap up to take. It's a wicket maiden for Tom Taylor, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 32, and Essex won 58 for 4. Paul Walter is 45. Cushy yet to get off the mark. They still trail by 39. And, well, no spin yet, because it's still going to be the seam of Matt Kelly from this river end. And thank you very much indeed to Dick Davis for the cup of tea.
Yes, Critchley didn't quite get his balance right there with the one that flicked up in the air a bit, and consequently he was sort of slightly hitting across it, not just able to keep it right down, and clearly that is something Northamptonshire have surmised might be a way of getting him out. But here's Kelly around the wicket to the left-handed Paul Walter, who without timing plays the ball stylishly back to the bowler, and score remaining 158 for 4. Essex have added 9 runs in the first 28 minutes. We'll bring Dick Davis to the microphone at the end of this over. And wicket down, Critchley, from a ball that in itself didn't look to threaten to take his wicket, but he played a shade early as he went for his favourite cover drive and just lobbed the ball tamely into the hands of Gareth Berg in the covers off the bowling of Tom Taylor, as Kelly around the wicket bowls to Walter, who represents quite a solid figure as he steps across a ball on off stump and plays it down to mid-on, and the score remaining at 158 for 4. Proctor, the fieldsman at deepish mid-on.
Where does the weather come from here, Paul, if it does? That's over from our right. I was just trying to work out where the point to the
yes,
compass.
sort of vaguely that way, yeah.
That's west, isn't it?
Yeah,
so.
I think it's sort of, at the moment, said to be in a northwesterly sort of flow. But, of course, unusually, we've had about 10 days of an easterly wind prior, but this ball goes low through to Lewis McManus, and Walter sees fit to come down and do a little bit of gardening, and he remains on 45 and Essex on 158 for 4. And of course the new ball is due in another 8 overs time, so that's one of the reasons why I would be trying to use the overs up to the new ball to see if Rob Keogh can cause Paul Walter in particular as much difficulty as he was causing him yesterday evening.
Yeah, John Sadler made the observation, bore out the observation we made on commentary yesterday, that most of the deliveries that have done anything in terms of keeping a little bit low tended to be from the other end, from the Hayes Close end.
Next delivery has taken Walter on the pad, and appeal for LBW will have heard, and you'll gather that it's been turned down by Nigel Long, and the score remaining 158 for 4.
Going down, I would have thought,
yes,
judging by the stroke that Paul Walter played. Put it this way, if it wasn't going down, then it wasn't a very good shot, but he was trying to whip it away, and yeah, I think that was just having a quick look on the replay that's coming up on the live stream, and it's round the wicket, and yeah, I think it's going down.
And also, I think fairly high up, so height could have been an issue as well. As Kelly bowls at leading edge here, Walter was looking to flick that one through mid-wicket. Instead it goes into the covers. Tom Taylor does the fielding, as he did so many times yesterday, and a bit of a magnet to the ball in this Essex second innings. 158 for 4 remains the score.
It is. The sky hasn't really sort of become more overcast since we started. In fact, it hasn't changed very much from when I arrived on the ground about 2 hours ago. It's just this fairly sort of uniform light grey.
Kelly on his way again from the river end to bowl to Walter on 45. That's outside leg stump, and Walter rather missed out there because no ball in fact is signalled. 160 for 4, so the deficit now down to 37.
Yes, it's all these little sort of check boxes throughout the day, isn't it? And Northamptonshire would love to nip out another wicket, and preferably that of Paul Walter, before the arrears are cleared. They would feel that that's one up to them this morning, and then it's up to the other batsmen to try and build some sort of lead for Essex. But they did collapse in a bit of a heap until Shane Snater came in the first innings.
And this ball is flicked away, and Walter will pick up runs here. It's going out towards the square leg boundary. The last ditch attempt to stop it going for 4 fails, And so 4 runs to end the over and move Walter to within 1 of a 50. He is 49 not out, and Essex at 164 for 4, and now 33 runs behind. Walter will pick up runs here. It's going out towards the square leg boundary.
Lovely shot,
last-ditch
Paul
attempt
Walter,
to stop it
super
going
balance,
for 4 fails.
just turning that away. Good timing, and a long chase round there for the man on the boundary, but couldn't haul it in. Rob Keogh out there, so 164 for 4. The arrears now 33. It is still going to be Taylor to bowl from the Hayes close end. Field forming up for the new batsman for us, Cushy. We still have the 2 slips in place, and now this arc of fielders on the onside reconvenes. 3 fielders in front of square, silly mid-on. Now they're now changing it round again. So the silly mid-on has gone a little bit wide, a little bit squarer. They still have the man just in front of square catching, and now a more orthodox mid-on. So they're trying various permutations. And here's Taylor in bowls, and an appeal for LBW as Cushy comes across his stumps. Wonder if there might have been a bit of bat in that. It's gone down towards fine leg. No, there wasn't any bat in it, but it was presumably again going down the leg side, so not out, says umpire Nigel Long. And a leg by a cruise just in front of square catching, and now a more orthodox mid-on. The deficit, so they're trying various permutations. Field changing over for the left-handed Paul Walter. Taylor in bowls, and an appeal for LBW as Cushy comes across his stumps. Gully. Wonder if there might have been a bit of bat in that. It's gone down towards fine leg. Cover no, there wasn't any bat in, but not really in a catching position. Deep backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square as Taylor comes in, bowls to Walter, pushes out into the covers, but no single for him there. As it goes out to the man at extra cover. Walter just needing 1 more for his half century. Ben Sanderson fielding out there in the covers. Will Young is swinging his arms optimistically. I can't think he would be in Ricardo Vasconcelos' mind to have a bowl. He's just keeping himself loose, presumably. It's quite a chilly morning. Say overcast, but nothing like as cold as it was on the second day of this match when it was decidedly parky. Here's Taylor in again and bowls to Walter, full length, works it out into the onside, only as far as Berg at mid-wicket, and there's no run. The trees and indeed the Essex and Northamptonshire flags not moving at all. There's very little breeze this morning. A large aircraft goes overhead somewhere out of our sight above the clouds. And Taylor turning at the Hayes close end. A few spectators sitting at that end of the ground. Well wrapped up. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Walter. Walter defensively forward, back down the pitch. Taylor stopping off his own bowling, but not cleanly. Just has to come back towards the batsman to retrieve. Lobs the ball onto Berg. And then on to Luke Proctor. 167 for 4 if you're just joining us. Essex losing the 1 wicket this morning of Matt Critchley, caught by Gareth Berg at extra cover off Tom Taylor for 47, just after the 100 partnership had come up between Critchley and Walter. They put on 100 in 43 overs before Northamptonshire breaking through. And here's Taylor again in his 11th over. In and bowls short to Walter, who pulls down to deep backward square, takes a single, and that's 50. 50 for Paul Walter off 162 balls with 8 fours, so he's worked very, very hard for that half century, and it's been very, very valuable indeed for the Essex cause. 50 to Walter, and Essex move on to 168 for 4, deficit to 29. Brings Cushy back onto strike. This unusual looking field, 2 slips and then 2 men close in on the leg side in catching positions. As Taylor comes in, bowls to Cushy, and he fends at that down the leg side. It's not taken cleanly by McManus, and this is going to be a bye. They're going to come back for 2, and that's tight, and in fact Cushy and Ben Sanderson getting in each other's way. In the end, no harm done. It's signalled as byes by umpire Nigel Long. 2 more onto the total. 170 for 4. The deficit 27. And say batsman and fielder just getting in each other's way as they came back. I think in fact Cushy slipped a little bit at the far end when they turned for the second, and was aware of the fact that he needed to get a bit of a move on, which he did. 2 byes. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Cushy. Lovely straight drive, back past the bowler, runs for him here, runs up towards the boundary at the Hayes close end, crosses the boundary rope, and that's a lovely way to get off the mark. Super straight drive by Feroz Cushy. He's 4, and at the end of the over, Essex 174 for 4. They trail by 23. Cushy is 4, Walter is 50. And Tom Taylor's bowled 11 overs, 2 maidens. Here's 2 for 39. Taylor in again, bowls to Cushy. Lovely straight drive, back past the bowler, runs for him here.
Good morning, listeners.
Runs up towards the boundary at the Hayes close end, crosses the boundary rope.
Hope you
And
make
that's
the
a
most
lovely
of it
way to get off the
and
mark.
dance
Super
around the
straight
maypole.
drive by
It's not quite
Feroz
maypole
Cushy.
dancing
He's
weather,
4.
but maybe it'll improve a little bit.
I'm sure you've done that already this morning.
Well, I did actually, yes. I was up at the crack of dawn.
On your village green.
Yeah, that's right, yes. I can't resist it. Look forward to it all year. Having put on my Morris dancing gear first, of course.
Yes, you've got your whiffling stick with you, I see.
That's right, yes. So it's Matthew Kelly bowling to Walter, who nudges that round the corner down to square leg. And they go through for a comfortable single. We had an email from, I think Paul's got through most of them, although not all. Some came in towards the end of yesterday, which I promised I'd mention. Martin, although he has got through to us, says that he'd like to hear them, well, presumably for the benefit of other listeners, like to hear our newish, I think it's the second year of it, newish email address read out a little more slowly, so I'll do that after this delivery, which is played solidly, defensively by Cushy, out to mid-off. It twice before because it is new, and well, you can teach an old dog new tricks, but it just takes a time. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. As Kelly moves in again. Cloudy day, but no rain threatening at the moment. That's just played straight, and they go through for a comfortable-ish single. I think it possibly took
Paul Walter slightly by surprise.
Paul Walter by a little bit surprised. He didn't realise. Yeah.
He saw Feroz Cushy dashing up towards him, and I think there was definitely a single there.
Oh yes, there was, especially for Paul Walter, who can be down the track in not too many paces. But
four strides and he's there.
Yes,
isn't he?
Exactly.
Well, it looks as though, interestingly, that Paul Newton may be going to get his wish, because Rob Keogh is going through his limbering up routine at mid-off, so it looks as though they may be just trying to use a bit of spin to get through to the second new ball in 6 overs time.
Yes. Kelly to Walter. Appeal for LBW from behind the wicket, but the bowler didn't seem to join in, so when a bowler doesn't appeal for LBW, it's unlikely to meet with the approval of the umpire.
Looks like it pitched outside to me.
Yeah, it's a long way.
With the naked eye.
Yep. So very interestingly poised. The deficit still of 21, and that's of course before Essex get into the black. Really, at the moment they're still in the red, and the longer they stay there, obviously, first of all, the more likely they are to avert the possibility or probability of defeat. That's just played out to mid-off, and well, it would be optimistic to think that they're thinking any further ahead than that. Really, they've been scoring because of such accurate bowling. They've scored fairly slowly in the first 40 minutes, so I don't think their ambitions can be any higher than just to draw the game, but you never know.
Remember Warwickshire 1984, as our correspondent pointed out at Valentine's Park.
Yes, quite. And that's a very pleasant flowing shot, super looking shot that was, with a real flourish, played out through mid-on for 4 runs. That was, well, eventually long on, of course, by the time it crossed the boundary. Yeah, somewhat flamboyant, almost cavalier shot from Paul Walter. End of the over, and Essex 180 for 4 with Critchley, all the fives. Critchley not out 55, Paul Walter. Critchley not out 5, Paul Walter not out 55.
And Ricardo Vasconcelos is indicating to the dressing room that they're going to need some protective equipment, because it looks as though Rob Keogh is going to come on at some point, presumably the next over at this end, because for now it's still going to be Tom Taylor. I think it is. No, it's going to be Luke Proctor, in fact, and Taylor now showing the ball to umpire Nigel Long and suggesting, I don't know, couldn't we find a better one for the next 6 overs? And Nigel Long saying something, I'm sure, very polite along the lines of, "No, we can't." So they're not dashing off to the little suitcase of balls over the boundary rope there in front of the sponsors area. But it is going to be Proctor. So I imagine it's going to be Proctor from the Hayes Close end, and then Rob Keogh maybe from this end, from the river end. 6 overs to go to the second new ball. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Cushy. There's a bit of a loosener right outside off stump, and Cushy might feel that he's missed out there because he cut it hard, but straight to backward point, where it's fielded by Safe Zabe, and there's no run. It was a little bit of a loosener from Proctor, who's picked up 1 for 23 in his 10 overs so far. Dismissed Tom Westley yesterday, LBW. Rob Keogh continuing to limber up at mid-off as Proctor comes in, bowls outside the off-stump to Cushy, who lets that go through into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Did mention earlier, Dick, that there's only 2 matches in Division 1 actually seeing any play at the moment, which is here, of course, and at Headingley, where Kent are 139 for 3 in their second innings against Yorkshire, still 141 behind. Proctor in again, bowls to Cushy, pushing it out off the front foot defensively into the offside, fielded by Berg in the covers, and there's no run. Just exactly the same spot that he held the catch to dismiss Matt Critchley earlier this morning off the bowling of Tom Taylor. They are off. They haven't started this morning because of rain at Southampton between Hampshire and Lancashire, and likewise at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Surrey. Here's Proctor in again, bowls once again to Cushy, pushing out into the covers to be fielded by Berg. Which rather suggests that, not unusually, that the rain is spreading from the west. Yes, they're okay. In terms of the Division 2 matches, they're playing at Derby, between Derbyshire and Glamorgan, and at Hove as well, between Sussex and Durham, which again, not too far away from Southampton.
No, that's what I was thinking.
Next ball from Proctor, again finds Cushy pushing out into the covers to be fielded by Berg, and there's no run. I was saying earlier, Dick, not as many spectators in this morning, which I suppose is possibly understandable. Lots of other things maybe to do this May Day morning. Yes, and the weather's less encouraging, isn't it? And the forecast's not brilliant. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Cushy, comes right across his stumps, plays it up to one of those 2 fielders close in, catching on the leg side, in this case Tom Taylor, in the straighter of the 2, and that's the end of Proctor's over. A maiden, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 23. Essex stay on 180 for 4, so still 17 runs behind. Wesley is Wesley's were long gone. Walter is 55, and Cushy is 5. The protective equipment is coming on, carried I think by Alex Russell, young leg spinner from Herefordshire, who's been taken on by Northamptonshire on a 2-month rookie deal, and he's out there on the field at the moment, having brought out the shin pads for Emilio Gay, and there's more helmets and all sorts of stuff going out there at the moment. And it is going to be Rob Keogh. He's going to have a little bowl from the river end with 5 overs to go to the second new ball. And I think Alex Russell is actually on the field. He looks like he's down at long on. So somebody's drifted off. maybe to go and get another helmet. And it's Emilio Gay with all the relevant equipment on. It must be very difficult when they have to field in the covers and shin pads. I always thought fielding's hard enough as it is, but they don't want the helmet at the moment. I would imagine they're saving that for when Firoz Kushi is on strike, but at the moment it's Walter, so they just have the slip in place.
So Keogh will be bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Paul Walter. Paul Walter has 55 to his name. Easily the second highest score for Essex in this match so far. That's just played defensively, solidly, trickles back to the bowler, who has to make a few yards to his left, but to all intents and purposes it's straight back to him. And Keogh in again. Loud appeal for LBW, doesn't meet with the approval of umpire Lungley at this end, isn't it? Yes. And he moves in again. And again, Walter leans into the shot and just pushes it back to the bowler, who, in common with most spin bowlers, gets through his over pretty quickly, briskly back to his mark, and moves in. And again, almost a carbon copy. And just trickles out into the offside. Keogh walks back and moves in off 1, 2, 3, 4, half a dozen maybe paces. That's worked round the corner, but not far enough or firmly enough to accommodate the taking of a single. And the slip fielder comes across to effect the fielding. And that's wider and allows Walter the luxury of letting it go by. So a maiden over to start this stint from Rob Keogh. We had an email from Tom in Romford. I don't know if this is apropos of a conversation that was had earlier or not, but it said, presumably Essex winning after following on. I recall Bournemouth in the 90s. Essex were 1 run short of avoiding the follow-on, and Nasser Hussain had been leading the rescue act and was last out to a brilliant catch by Middleton. I recall the name Middleton, presumably played for Hampshire.
Tony Middleton, I think, opening batsman. Here's Proctor in, forced off the back foot by Kushi, smartly fielded in the covers by Berg, and there's no run. Yeah, TC Middleton, if I remember rightly. Tony Middleton, opening batsman. And he says, Essex went on to win, he says, with Foster, Eilert and Childs taking wicket. Presumably means with Foster taking a few catches, which he certainly did in his long and illustrious career. Might have been Neil Foster still.
Of course it went back in the 90s, yes, thank you.
Early 90s probably still been playing.
Yes, of course
next ball driven up to mid-on by Kushi, and there's no run.
Yes.
So Neil finished, mid to early 90s, didn't he? So
yes.
He's briefly shared an office with Neil Foster when he was working at Northamptonshire as a development coach for a few years. Here's Proctor in again, bowls outside the off stump, and once again, and that's the second time this morning, that one's gone straight through the gloves of Lewis McManus, inexplicably, and they've gone through for a bye. So whether he's just got a little bit of a, I don't know, sore thumb or a sore finger or something, but there's a couple of, appeared to be fairly regulation takes that have just gone through the gloves, and a bye is added to the total, 181 for 4. Deficit 16, brings Paul Walter onto strike. Can confirm that was Alex Russell, which I think would be his first time presumably on the field in the county championship match. Young leg spinner. Northamptonshire he certainly played a couple of games for Northamptonshire seconds this year, and they like the look of him, so he's got a sort of 2-month rookie deal to have a closer look at him. Next ball, very full from Proctor to Walter, driven up to mid-off and fielded there by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. I'll see if I can. So that was Bournemouth, was it? One of my favourite grounds, Dean Park. Don't play there anymore, of course. I think it's the property, I think, of University of Bournemouth now, and I'm not sure. I think it's still an open space, but I don't think they're playing any cricket on there, at least not organised cricket at any rate. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Walter, pushes out into the covers. Taylor fields and there's no run. If I've got that wrong, I'm sure somebody will correct me.
Yeah, sadly, I've never been there to Bournemouth. I mean, I don't actually, collect cricket grounds. I mean, some people make a point of going around to as many grounds as possible.
Oh, yes. Well, I watched my second county championship match, I think, at Bournemouth.
Oh, right. I think I've been to 90 or so different ones, but as I say, I'm not one for keeping records of any sort.
That's played on the bounce into the gully by Paul Walter, where it's fielded there by Will Young, and that's the end of another over from Luke Proctor. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 23. Essex 181 for 4, 16 runs behind. Walter is 55, and Cushy is 5. Yeah, I'll see if I can find that game for you.
Mention of Mark Ilott here reminds me of one of the very first games I covered for BBC Essex was Essex against Northamptonshire, but it didn't take place in either county. It took place at Wardown Park. In Luton, which is in Bedfordshire.
Certainly is.
And Mark Ilott took 9 for 19.
We were talking about that on the second day,
really?
Yeah.
And finished up on the losing
That's
side.
Right. 30 wickets fell on the first day.
Yes, quite remarkable.
I was doing that game as well.
And Alan Lamb almost won it on his own in the fourth innings.
Yes, he did. It was a super knock.
As that's just played out in the offside by Kyoshi. Kyo now bowling over the wicket. And Mark Ilott tells a story about it. I don't know if this came out on Tuesday. Maybe I'll mention it at the end of the over because there's not time during the over of a spin bowler. But not only a very useful bowler who had earned quite a few England caps, but a great character, lovely bloke, Mark Ilott. The crowd's favourite ramble, as he was known for, quite appropriately. That's worked all the way down to mid-on for a single. Ramble because he just loved to talk, and if he was fielding on the boundary, I mean, when people are watching cricket from the boundary, if there's a player fielding nearby and they talk to you, you feel quite pleased. You're identifying with the players, but with Mark Ilott, he went on so long. People were inclined to move and watch from somewhere else. I thought, oh no, not Mark Ilott again. He did like to ramble, but a lovely fella. Short of a length outside the off stump. Played down backward of square for 4 runs, down to deep backward point or very wide third man. I think he's now given up playing. He was playing at Potter's Bar in Hertfordshire.
I have found your match, which we'll come on to in the next over.
Thank you. And I'll tell you Mark Ilott's anecdote. Well, it's not really, probably a wind-up, but, but that's just played out in the onside. No addition to the score. Well, no, I don't think the story is a wind-up, but it was a way of winding up the Northamptonshire players when it wasn't even on the field of play. In a very jocular manner. Gosh, you're all thinking this better be good.
You're giving it the build-up, Dick.
You certainly am, yes. And I think, is that all? And that's pressed. Goes on the back foot, does Kyoshi, plays out in the offside. So Mark Ilott took 9 for 19. I think 5 of them were LBW.
Yeah.
Inevitably all at the same end, so therefore the same umpire.
Knocker White,
that's right. And the following morning, Wardown Park, fairly sort of compact little ground, and everybody was very much together, including in the changing rooms. And when they all turned up, the players of both sides turned up, and they were all very, if not cheek by jowl, very much close to each other and in earshot. And when Knocker White turned up, Mark Ilott, the following morning after Mark Ilott had taken his 9 for 19, Mark Ilott said very loudly, so that the Northamptonshire players could hear it, said to Knocker White, good morning, Dad.
Yeah, 30 wickets fell on that first day, and I'll tell you, I did mention this, so apologies for anybody listening on the second day that will have heard this little story before about that is Proctor starting a fresh over from the Hayes close end. Bowls on the legs of Walter, who whips it up to mid-wicket, fielded by Berg, and there's no run. We, obviously, with 30 wickets falling on the first day, we had to go and have a word with the umpires to see if they were going to report the pitch. It swung all over the place, so they didn't. But it was David Constant and Bob White, Knocker White, and I think Knocker had given 9 in the day. And the umpires were changing in a caravan to themselves to keep them separate from the players. Here's Proctor, in again, bowls to Walter, turns that away just behind square on the onside. Zabe has to come in from the deep square boundary, and as a result they come through for an easy single. Takes Walter to 57 and Essex to 188 for 4, 9 runs behind. And we said, as a few of us, a deputation from the press, and said, could we have a word? And David Constant came to the door of the caravan. He said, yeah, he said, I just better wait for Bob to come, so we see you together. And he said, Bob's just got his index finger in a bucket of iced water at the moment. Short, and that cracked away down to backward point by Cushy, and it was superbly fielded by Safe Zabe, who's not the tallest man, and he just managed to stretch up a hand and arrest the ball's progress, which otherwise would have gone straight down to the front of the Northamptonshire dressing room for 4. It's a beautifully timed shot by Cushy, for which he gets no runs. He stays on 10. And here's Proctor again, and Cushy on drive, whips it away through mid-wicket, running away towards the boundary, and this time he is going to get 4 runs. A dive there by the man, one of those 2 fielders close in on the leg side. Tom Taylor dived, couldn't stop it, and it runs away for 4. Cushy 14, Essex 192 for 4, just 5 runs behind. The match about which we were discussing, our correspondent did at any rate, this was 1992, Hampshire 300 for 8 declared, of which Mark Nicholas made 81. And then Essex bowled out for 149, so yes, just failing to avoid the follow-on. Nasser Hussain 63. Proctor in outside the off-stump. Cushy doesn't play a shot, goes through to McManus. Essex following on made 310 all out. They were in a spot of bother at 165 for 7, and then runs down the order. Mike Garnham made 60, Derek Pringle 51. A few runs from Neil Foster and John Childs down the order. Foster was captaining Essex in that match. And then Hampshire bowled out for 80 in their second innings. Here's Proctor again, bowls to Cushy, plays it out to the covers. Berg fields no run. End of the over, 192 for 4. Essex still 5 behind. And the wickets shared between Mark Ilott, 4 for 19, John Childs 3 for 16, 2 for Foster, and 1 for Pringle. And Essex won by 79 runs, and that was at Dean Park in 1992.
Right, thank you very much indeed. I had an email from Michael, which he says, loving the coverage, but the audio needs to be turned off on the replays as it overlaps and we can't hear you. Well, I'm afraid that's something over which we have no control whatsoever.
I shall just have to update BBC Radio Northampton, Dick, but I'll be back with you in a second.
Right, okay, thank you. Now I must make sure I turn off the right microphone here. I think I have, yes. We got a little confused at times yesterday with the chopping and changing of mics. I'll come back to your last paragraph, Michael, because I'll certainly give that a mention because it's of very great interest to me. In fact, I may well come to the game that you mentioned. That trickles out on the offside for a single, down to mid-off. Meanwhile, I'll get on to another email, but I will come back to yours, Michael. That is a promise. And Keogh to bowl to Kyushi. Hate to tempt fate especially when Kyushi only has 14 to his name, but he's looking very assured and very elegant. And as he demonstrates there, as he goes on the back foot and plays it out to long on rather, where it's fielded by Kelly in front of us here in the commentary box, perched up fairly high, and Paul Newton moves svelte-like beside me as Keogh moves in again and bowls, and that's flailed out into the covers by Paul Walter. And no addition to the score of 194 for 4. Still 3 runs in arrears. There'll be a round of applause when those 3 are knocked off, but it's realistically it's nothing to get too excited about. And the next delivery just played back to the bowler. And now Paul is sitting next to me, and I'm not sure if he's joining me or joining right, Paul's joining me, so Andrew's mic can be disconnected, which is this one. Sorry to talk through the technicalities of these things, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the end of the over. I said I'd come back to Michael's email. His last paragraph is also, would you please give a shout out to Metronomes Cricket Club, who have a charity cricket match on the 1st of August for the National Autistic Society. All info on twitter.com/themetronomecc. I'm delighted to do that because yes, the National Autistic Society is a charity very dear to my heart. My son was autistic, and yeah, I'll do anything realistically to help you raise money for the National Autistic Society. I'll find out when that is, and as I say, I may well come along on the 1st of August. So
Sanderson into the attack at the Hayes close end. 4 wickets in the first innings, still looking for his first in this innings. Bowls now 3 slips, and this ball goes through outside off stump, and Critchley is the man on strike, and he's an uncertain start, but he's played 1 or 2 lovely shots as he's played himself in. And Paul Walter, well, you know what I think, Dick? I think he ought to be in the side permanently.
Well, yes.
He brings, I mean, this is his first game of the season, and all right, he didn't score in the first innings other than a couple of runs, but, you know, for me, he's proved what I've said about him, that he bats for a good period of time, and anyone who does that is quite likely to prevent the sort of collapses Essex are prone to. This goes through outside off stump, there's no run, 194 for 4. For instance, the previous game I saw at Edgbaston, Essex declined from 98 for 2 to 109 for 7 in 20 minutes. And Wesley batted through all that. Now, if Walter had been around to come in at number 4 or 5, you know, it may be that there wouldn't have been that collapse. He would have stayed there with Wesley, and we could have had a very different game. As here, Critchley plays the ball into the offside, save Fields, and there is no run, and Critchley remains on 15, 194 for 4.
I have an email from Jack. Thank you, Jack. Enjoying the entertaining commentary we've come to expect from you guys. He says, this was obviously before Critchley was out, but it makes it nonetheless relevant. A far more purposeful approach from Critchley and Walter appears to have got Essex out of trouble. Well,
next ball, Sanderson bowls, and Critchley returns the ball whence it came.
And another Snater 50 should see Essex rescue a creditable draw after a horror second day. Well, yeah, we're behind you there. A little bit of eggs, counting eggs before they hatch, or whatever the phrase is, or crossing bridges. But we'll endorse that as Essex men through and through. Paul and I.
Sanderson is in, bowls, and that is safely left to McManus, and the score just 3 light of ensuring that Northamptonshire will have to bat a second time.
Well, I say Essex through and through. I wasn't actually born in the county. We moved to the south of the county when I was 4, which is a couple of years ago or more.
And me too, born in Oxford.
I was actually born in Barnet in North London.
Yeah, Headington, Oxford for me. Yes.
That sounds a bit classier.
This ball goes through outside off stump. Yes, just to bring it down to realistic levels as the over ends with a ball that was an off-cutter coming back, left by Critchley. Probably didn't miss off stump by all that much, but he survives on 15. Walter on 58. 194 for 4. Essex 3 behind. Second new ball due, and in fact, probably may well have been taken for that over. Judging by the way that Keogh is removed from the attack, I think Berg is going to come into it. That's probably the case. Yes, just to put it in perspective, I was born in a taxi.
In a taxi?
Yes.
Good grief. Well, I can't think of a riposte to that, really.
Well, I was 3 weeks overdue. As you know me, I've always been on the late side.
Yes.
Retarded, I think, is the official description of me. And my mother was, suddenly went into labour, and they had to ring for a taxi to take her to a place where I could be born. I think I may have actually just about made it before I emerged, but yeah. That's the long and the short of it.
So if you were born in a taxi, was the meter still running? I mean, did it?
Yeah.
It must have cost them an
absolutely.
an arm and a leg.
Wasn't worth the expense.
No, those definitely. That's it is Berg bowling from this end, and it's nudged down to to fine leg for 4 runs. And the applause means that Essex are indeed now in the black. They have a lead of 1.
They're scoring their own runs.
So they won't lose by an innings. In fact, they may well not lose, but we'll find that out. Andrew in Suffolk, lovely county. Thank you for your wonderful commentary. It's the next best thing to actually being there. I listened to the previous 2 Essex matches whilst painting the garden fence, and the time just flies by as this is played solidly, defensively, back to the bowler. This week I've decided to paint the door frames at last, mainly so that I had a good excuse to listen to the cricket. Well, thanks, Andrew, very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Great to hear from you. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com.
Chris emails us from Harold Wood, as well as winning after following on versus Hampshire in 1992. That's played solidly, defensively by Walter, trickles out on the offside. As you were just discussing, Essex did it to Hampshire again in 2017 at Southampton.
I remember that game well. It was not Sam Cook's debut, but he got 5 wickets as Hampshire were bowled out very cheaply. Second innings, and it was obvious then. It was Sam's 3rd or 4th game, and he'd already got 2 5-wicket hauls.
As Berg moves in again, bowls to Paul Walter, who plays that. I'm not convinced it was where he was intending it to go, but it stayed on the floor and made its way out to deep backward point in front of the executive boxes, Premier Suite, that's what it's called, and 1 run a cruise.
So 199 for 4 is the score, and that means now Essex have wiped off the arrears and rocketed into a 2-run advantage as we see Berg continue.
From the river end, over the wicket to the right-handed Critchley, who goes forward solidly and correctly, and it trickles out on the onside. Yes, everything Critchley has done today seems to be with a confident approach. Whether he's defending or attacking, there's a certain purposefulness about it which can't be said of all the batsmen.
No, if you remember, he had a very good run in the 50-over competition last year.
And again, he plays forward, maybe not out of the meat of the bat, but it was along the ground again, this time down to 3rd man for 2. It just hauled in, I don't know, it's the exact opposite side of the ground from where we're watching, so maybe hauled in 10 yards short, something like that. End of the over, Essex reach a 200. They are in fact 201 for 4.
Well, Critchley became the first Essex Academy product to score 100 in any competition involving the first team in the 50-over competition last year, and he was swiftly followed by Josh Rymel, who scored a quite magnificent 100 against Yorkshire here in the, I think it was quarter-final of that competition. So, Coochie, good to see him get his chance. I hope Reimer will also get a chance before too much longer of the season to show what he can do. He's a very good, stylish player. Walter, meanwhile, has chipped the next ball for a single into the onside, and he moves along to 64, the score to 202 for 4. And of course, it would be splendid from an Essex point of view if, with Walter having been brought in for the first time this season already, having shown what he can do with this very good innings of 64, if Coochie could follow suit, and that would give the selection for the next game a few headaches, because a bit difficult if both these players were to come off to say to either of them, you're not playing in the next game, by the way, against the backdrop of some rather low Essex scores as Sanderson's in and bowls and Coochie steers the ball to point, and there's no run there. Safe Fields, 202 for 4.
So Martin emails us. He says he also was going to ask Paul whether the taxi had the meter running and whether he charged extra. So yeah, he says Paul was born in Oxford in a taxi. He says Dick was born in Barnet. He himself lived in Woodside Park, but was born in Datchet. I feel as if I'm in exalted company here.
You are. I can vouch for that personally, as this ball is played into the covers.
Berkshire, sorry.
There is no run.
Berkshire born and Oxfordshire
near
born.
Reading, I think.
And I was born in North London. Oh dear. We weren't living in North London, but it was the nearest maternity hospital to a place in place in Hertfordshire called Cuffley.
Yeah, Oxfordshire, Berkshire, Hertfordshire. I would think they're just about contiguous certainly Oxford and Oxfordshire and Berkshire are, and I would think the bit of Berkshire might have joined Hertfordshire. I'm not totally sure of that.
Oh, no,
probably not. Coochie plays the ball square on the offside and there's no run. You better be right, though.
Well, I would have thought Buckinghamshire might have a say in that.
I think you're right. Though it is a thin, spindly county, Buckinghamshire, so it's always possible that there's a little bit that Berkshire that juts out in between.
To all our multitude of listeners in Buckinghamshire, please don't take that personally. Those
it's not an insult to say someone's spindly. Basil Fawlty was spindly, as this ball goes through outside off stump, and there is no shot needed there, and the score remains 202 for 4. Essex now lead by 5.
A myriad of listeners in places like Aylesbury and Amersham and High Wycombe
and Aston Clinton
are emailing at this very moment to say don't malign Buckinghamshire. But as you say, it's not really maligning, I suppose.
No, you know me, I'm not malignant in any way, shape or form,
no.
Said he, lying. And Sanderson, still looking for his first wicket in this second innings, 4 for 32 in the first. The pass is umpire Nigel Young, and the ball is played down to mid-on, and there is no run. 202 for 4 ends the over.
But all this talk of, we've just mentioned 4, in cricketing terms, minor counties, haven't we? Hertfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Oxfordshire and Berkshire. And, deep in this ageing heart of mine, it brings back, pangs of desire for the old first round of the Gillette Cup, when such teams, always played a county side.
Hear, hear. Couldn't agree with you more. And the fact that you and I rather like to indulge in the wonderful hospitality that these minor counties used to put on has got nothing to do with our strong support for grassroots cricket.
I can remember watching a match at Beaconsfield. Would that be Berkshire or Oxfordshire? I suppose that would be Berkshire.
Yes, it certainly isn't Oxfordshire.
No, it would be Berkshire. That's nudged down to third man, towards the sycamore tree, but not as far as that, as they go through for 2. And remember it for all sorts of things, not just because Essex won, but the hospitality was second to none. A chap called Bill Giles, an old weatherman, was on the public address system as
Excellent,
well.
Yes, I remember Bill Giles. Splendid fellow. And one of my particular memories was a lovely day up at Chester.
Oh, yes.
Cheshire v Essex. And, sorry.
Berg moves in and bowls. That's slightly over-pitched and played out into the wideish mid-off area. It's amazing that, how the memory works. You can remember these sort of fairly trivial things from years ago, and yet when I leave here this evening, I'll think, now, where on earth do I live?
Yes. Yes, that day at Chester was I particularly enjoyed. I think Essex won by 10 wickets. The hospitality was splendid, and Chester's a wonderful place, always a pleasure to visit. And there was an evening race meeting there, and the cricket finished at 5 o'clock, and I went to the races.
Oh, well, that was off the edge. We'll look at the replay. I don't think it was a catch. I think it bounced just short of the fielder.
Will Young, yeah.
Will Young at second.
Just didn't quite carry to him.
Widest second snip. Yeah, here comes the replay, and I'm pretty sure that will show that it bounced. It'll probably prove it bounced quite a long way in front of him. Sometimes these things can be deceptive with the naked eye.
No, it was just in front of him.
Just about, yes. Berg moves in again, bowls to Kiyoshi, who plays that pleasantly out on the onside. Fielded just beyond the next strip, presumably covered in Hessian matting. Presumably that's to be used from Thursday against Yorkshire.
Yes, just on the subject of slip catches, it's never really possible for anyone to dive a long way forward to take a slip catch. No. It has to carry.
As Berg moves in and bowls again, and that's played out for a single down to long, deepish, well, not really long off, not really mid off, but far enough, deep enough to accommodate the taking of a single. Yeah, I mentioned yesterday, but I'll mention it again today. All the indications are in the Yorkshire match starting on Thursday that Joe Root will be playing, so if, spectators need any more encouragement or reason to come, then that's a good one. Of course, you can never guarantee these things. Sometimes you hear things or they put things out, and on the day it doesn't happen, but that's the story at the moment, that Joe Root will be playing. His first appearance in Championship cricket of the season, I think, has played out on the onside. No addition to the score, which is 206 for 4, with Kiyoshi not out 18, Walter not out 67, and that represents a lead of 9 with 6 wickets in hand.
Yes, I suppose Johnny Bairstow may well be playing in the match as well, because I don't think he's been generally involved in the Yorkshire lineup so far this season, and would like a good innings or two before the series against New Zealand starts.
And Darren Goff is, I think his official title is Acting Director of Cricket, so he will no doubt be here in his usual quiet, understated way.
Yeah, had 3 years playing for Essex in the noughties as Kushi steers this ball into the offside. Save, rushes towards it to his right from backward point, but no way he could have cut off the single, which takes Kushi to 19, the score to 207 for 4.
So there's lots of reasons to come along to the next championship match.
And the way things are going, it looks as if Essex may be in better spirits following this game than appeared to be the case when Dick and I rolled up yesterday, and really it looked to all the world as if they were facing an innings defeat. Won't be that now, it may be a defeat, but it won't be by an innings as Sanderson bowls to Walter. And that ball moved around quite a bit because it was outside off stump, but the wicketkeeper ended up taking it a long way down leg side, Lewis McManus, 207 for 4. And so far, I think Walter has played in a wonderfully common sense way here. It's not been extravagant, nothing flashy, but he's basically shut the door so far in Northamptonshire's faces because he's looked very, very solid.
I couldn't agree more. All the more so when he first started playing for the club, he was what they used to have in those days, was a pinch hitter at the top of T20 matches.
And he plays this ball to mid-wicket from Sanderson. There's no run. And the thought occurs as well, Dick, with Essex continually losing early wickets at the top of the order. Paul Walter actually opened as recently as a couple of seasons ago. I saw him at Arundel, for example, open with Alistair Cook, and he actually on that day, if you'd no idea who the two batsmen were, you'd have said, yeah, I like that bloke at that end of the two.
Yes.
The more, because he hit about 12 boundaries. So he can do it, and it's another way Essex could pick the team for coming games as this ball goes through and actually lifts quite sharply and almost takes Lewis McManus a little bit aback there. And score remaining at 207 for 4. But certainly, if Cushy also makes runs here, and he's made a good start, there will be selection problems with hopefully Dan Lawrence able to return before too much longer, and Adam Rossington has to be considered as well. And one way you could adjust it is possibly to think in terms of Walter opening the innings again, as here he is playing the ball down to mid-on and there's no run.
Yes, it's a possibility, but if they are, well, not exactly spoilt by a wealth of riches, because the results don't reflect that. But yes, if there's people knocking on the door for a place, then that can never be a bad thing.
Just
a flurry of emails have just come in.
Yes, Sanderson bowls single to Walter, who just lets the ball hit the bat, something he does actually, Dick. He very often gets in position and just puts the bat in the right place and lets it run off it, and he picks up a single to backward point. And 208 for 4 at the end of that over sees Walter not out. Just check that that is the correct score. It is. Walter is not out. 68, having faced 196 deliveries and 19 from 46 balls to Feroz Kushi, and this partnership now has put on 50.
Yes, it has. So, slight delay gives me an opportunity to read the first of these half dozen or so emails that I've lined up. Jeff says, although of course I'm delighted cricket is back, these conditions are not pleasant for spectators. Well, they were yesterday, Jeff, but apart from that, no, I mean, I agree, obviously. That's just played defensively by Walter. I've had to leave 2 games at Bristol. He's basically a Gloucestershire fan, but he tunes into us quite frequently, for which we're
splendid man.
Yes.
Very good afternoon to you, Jeff.
At Bristol early because I was concerned about becoming frozen to the seat. It's probably partly because of my age, I know. We occasionally do get warm Aprils, but this isn't or wasn't one of them, and it can't be very easy for the players as Berg moves in and bowls, and that's nudged around the corner for a single down to long leg. Fortunately, I can enjoy your commentary in reasonably warm conditions, as it's raining in Bristol anyway. Cheers, Jeff. Well, thanks, Jeff. And well, if you can enjoy our commentary, I also enjoyed your book. Thank you very much indeed. Martin.
Yes, just before you go, should just explain that, Jeff, the book you refer to is on James Bond music and John Barry. Splendid tome.
Berg to Kyoshi. Kyoshi plays that solidly defensively, trickles out square on the offside. Yes, Martin, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, but thank you for that. If they last more than 20 balls, they go on and get runs. Well, yes. So Berg moves in again and bowls right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Kyoshi, who goes forward solidly and correctly. Nick in Stowmarket over the border in delightful Suffolk. Enjoying the commentary, was at the game yesterday. Really good cricket. Glad I made the effort to get down there. I was in the Tiptree stand and met other jams available and other preserves available. Was in the Tiptree stand and met 3 thoroughly nice blokes from Romford. I have to own up, we were the ones who gave the ironic cheer to Brown's opening runs. That goes through to the keeper and causes excitement amongst the slip fielders, willing him to succeed. With that in mind, although we did muse at the end of Essex's first innings whether Snater should have opened with Cook instead of the out-of-form Brown. After all, Snater's eye was in, and he was only 1 ball from the new ball versus new ball when Cook was out. Yes. Yeah, well, a few people mentioned, why didn't, or just carry on where they were, Snater and obviously Steketee had been in form as well. That's just played out on the offside, no addition to the score of, 209 for 4. We shall never know if this might have succeeded, but all in hindsight, what do you think of the idea? Otherwise, we'll continue to enjoy the day. Thanks very much, Nick. Well, as you say, we don't know. Anybody's guess is as good as anybody else's. So,
but I was just saying that Paul Walter is an option if we continue to get very low first innings partnerships to push him up the order and open. I would hope, because for me he would never have been out of the side from the start of the season, but I would hope now he's proved what he can do on top of what he was already doing towards the end of last season. He's got 69 not out. He's looked permanent so far, and I realise this could end in the next ball, but surely he's played well enough here to suggest he should not only stay in the side, but we know he could also open us. Here he is pulling the next one, and in fact he doesn't. He went to pull it, and it goes through to Lewis McManus, and fortunate probably that he didn't just nick that one. 209 for 4.
Trevor says, morning chaps, it's entitled Birth with Cricket Connections. I believe I have bragging rights so far, being born in Edgbaston, not the test ground sadly, but the hospital. Good to hear you back, keep up the fun. Thanks, Trevor. Well, if that's the definition of bragging rights, and I was born in Barnet, that's not a million miles from Lords, of course, and I would think Lords has bragging rights over Edgbaston, but we won't get involved in that.
Sanderson bowls a bouncer, and Walter is able to get underneath it quite easily from his great height of 6'7", and score remaining here 209 for 4. Think of it as 12 for 4, and you'll get the actual picture, overall picture of the match.
Yes, indeed. So it's about 4 minutes till 12:30, and I'll make way for Andrew to see you through to lunchtime with Paul.
Sanderson bowls a good late decision from Walter. He went to play it, but hastily took the bat out of the line and let it go through. It's interesting over this one from Sanderson. He's basically varying things, trying to find a way of getting rid of the obdurate Walter on 69, 19 to Cushy. And the fact, Dick, that Walter has now faced 201 deliveries is an indication of just how valuable he has proved himself to this side.
Yes, indeed.
Faces Sanderson again, 2 slips. Oh, he's nearly out there. And that was another one dropped in a little bit short, and he went to pull it. Perhaps he's just trying to slightly anticipate the pull shot here, not getting it right, and it didn't miss the stumps by much. 200 and 109 for 4.
Yes, Stephen in Hockley, having attended the first 3 days of this game, and I'm astounded by the way that the ball's dominance over the bat has swung backwards and forwards. I'm having a day off today, listening to the commentary and potting on plants with my wife.
Sanderson bowls, takes a Walter on the pad, and it's been a good over actually from Sanderson, because previously Walter hasn't really looked in any trouble to the quicker bowlers, and the score still 209 for 4.
And yes, Stephen points out that not only was he born in Castle Hedingham, but so was his father and his father. So I don't think, as he says, I don't think you can get much more Essex than that. No, I would go along with that.
Walter just had taken a moment or two to adjust his apparel, and now stands bat raised. Good delivery, well played by Walter. Just a straightforward defensive shot, and goes back to the bowler. End of a good over. Maiden over to Ben Sanderson. 69 to Walter, 19 to Cushy, 209 for 4.
Right, I'll do one more over and then give listeners a rest. Stephen goes on to say, my son was born in Hastings. My wife reminded me that I had suggested the confinement should happen in Essex in case he was any good at cricket. Of course, the old place of birth requirements no longer apply, but I hadn't told her that. I seem to recall back in the day, if you wanted to sign a player born in another county, you had to seek their permission. Oh, I see, the permission of the county, yes, as Berg moves in and bowls. And that wraps Cushy on the pads and goes down for, well, that was not I hate criticising players from the opposition because they don't have a chance to come back and at me, but that was a bit not very impressive bit of fielding. It trickled off the pads, and they actually took 2 leg byes, and the fielder was very slow to attack the ball, assuming they were only going to take 1. So Kyushi is still on strike as a result, and whips that away pleasantly for a single down to wideish mid-on. And just come back to Stephen's email. In his book, Robin Hobbs said that Essex only decided to sign him after approach from Kent. I think Leicester had to ask Kent for permission to sign David Gow. Yes, it was all very different in the day. And he too is a great fan of the minor counties. Yes, aren't we all? Well, no, maybe we're not all, but yeah, certainly you're in the same company as Paul and I in that respect. As it's just played solidly. We've still got lots more emails, but I'll leave you in the
I'll take care of cudgel there, Dick.
The tender care of Paul.
Just wanted to say I'm not too convinced on the actual evidence that the ECB are all that keen on the minor counties. Not enough money in them.
I'm not quite sure what the ECB are keen on, to be honest.
No, and perhaps it's best left that way.
And we are understandably forbidden, I think is a not too strong a word, from commenting directly on affairs off the field at Essex because, well, partly for a start, nobody knows quite. But there's a very, very interesting piece I was alerted to in yesterday's Daily Mail. I shall say no more. So, 213 for 4, other newspapers available, but not carrying this article.
And probably none of them on sale now because that was yesterday's.
No,
coffee.
but you can always go to scrounge it off your next door neighbour or something, or go online. This article is online. And that's short of a length outside the off stump, whipped away very, very pleasantly, absolutely square with the wicket on the offside by Ferozi. And Kiyoshi, Ferozi Kiyoshi, but I don't know him well enough to call him Ferozi. Some people will sort of call players by their first names at the drop of the proverbial, but I was brought up to not to use people's first names until you know them, really, until you know them properly.
Well, maybe if he makes a 50 here, that'll have given us long enough to call him by his Christian name.
Well, only with the surname in my case, I wouldn't be so familiar as to refer to any player purely by his first name. That's played out on the onside. No addition to the score of 217 for 4, which represents a lead of 20. Kyushi has 24, Walter on 70, and after I've worked out the mechanics of swapping microphones, you'll be joined up until lunch by Andrew Rad.
Thank you, Dick. So Michael Biswell is the latest emailer we come to on bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Thank you for all your emails, everyone, this morning. Michael says, good afternoon, so good to see some determined batting from these batters. Has Jamie Porter been dropped or is he injured? Hope he is back soon. Brighton to Southampton is 61 miles because they're on the south coast. People think they're next to one another. Reference the rain report earlier, where there'd been rain at Southampton but not at Hove, as we see a new over start from the Hayes Close end, and that's been run down by Walter to either the boundary or nearly. It's just out of my view. I think it's gone for 4. I was going to say with Nigel Long taking a while to signal it, maybe it had just been reeled in, but not so. And that takes Paul Walter along to 74 from 207 deliveries. Magnificent effort on his part. 221 for 4 equals a lead of 24. Just coming back to Michael's email, Jamie Porter was said not to be fully fit when he didn't play at Edgbaston, Michael. He hadn't looked at his best in the first game of the season against Kent. And beyond that, I can't sort of update you any further, really, as to whether he is now fully fit or whether he might have been dropped as Walter plays the next ball to Emilio Gay at mid-wicket. There's no run. 221 for 4. Welcome back, Andrew.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul. It's good to be back with you. And just looking at the weather radar, which probably is sort of relevant, and it looks as though there's a bit of rain around sort of Woodford and Wanstead way, so not a million miles away, but obviously a good deal to the west of where we are here at Chelmsford.
Sanderson bowls, and that's a bouncer, and Walter sees it late but averts the head. He never took his eye off the ball. I hate to see players sort of just completely turn their back on the ball, take their eye off the ball, not the way that bouncers should be played. 221 for 4, 74 to Walter and 24 to Cushy. And yeah, a point from Nigel Robbins. Thank you for your email. Just I was saying whether Johnny Bairstow might play in the Yorkshire game, but of course he's involved in the IPL. Thank you for that. So he won't be here, as that's a leave from Walter. Quite a pacey delivery from Sanderson. 221 for 4.
Yes, David Willey likewise, and in fact David was in touch with us when Northamptonshire played Yorkshire last week. Of course, his present county and his former county, indeed his native county, being Northampton born, and yes, he was messaging us in the box, so he was obviously keeping an eye on that match, and it was very good to hear from him.
Sanderson around the wicket from the Hayes close end, bowls to Walter, leave outside of stump. Andrew Roger makes exactly the same point. Thank you, Andrew, pointing out that Johnny Bairstow currently involved in the IPL, so unlikely to be playing in the championship game against Yorkshire, starting here on Thursday. Score 221 for 4.
Worth mentioning, you were talking about the national counties, minor counties as was, and I think there's quite a lot of national counties cricket tomorrow on Bank Holiday Monday, so if you're within reach, why not pop along and have a look at it?
This one tucks Walter up, possibly an inside edge into pad. The ball virtually stops on the popping crease, and another over ends. Ben Sanderson, the bowler, and Walter is 74 not out, 24 to Cushy. These two have now put on another good partnership for Essex of 63, and the only wicket to fall this morning was when the previous partnership for the fourth wicket had put on exactly 100, and Matt Critchley holed out, much to his own chagrin, to Borg at cover of Taylor for 47.
Yes, I know you mentioned it actually earlier on in this match that Bedfordshire are playing Oxfordshire, I think, tomorrow in the National Counties T20 competition at Wormsley, lovely ground owned by the Gettys, and former Northamptonshire captain Alex Wakely is due to make his comeback for Bedfordshire in that game. Here's Gareth Berg starting a fresh over, 221 for 4, runs in and bowls to Cushy, pushing out the offside, fielded by Gay, and there's no run, so Essex 24 runs in front. The second new ball, which is into its 10th over, hasn't had the desired effect as far as Northamptonshire were concerned, and they need to try and make something happen before lunch. Nip one of these two out. These two have done an excellent job. Paul Walter in particular been very solid, 74 off 212 balls. Here's Berg from the river end in, and there's a lovely on drive by Cushy, but doesn't manage to beat Luke Proctor in there at mid-on, and there's no run. So yeah, plenty of national counties cricket about. Have a look, and so if you're within easy reach, there's some fine young cricketers knocking around there, and well worth a look if you get the chance. Obviously there's no county championship cricket tomorrow. There's not a great deal of county championship cricket today. As you mentioned earlier, the weather is having a bit of an impact on Division 1, with no play so far at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Surrey, and no play so far at Southampton between Hampshire and Lancashire. Here's Berg in again, bowling to Cushy, coming across his stumps, playing it up to mid-wicket, fielded by Safe Zabe, and there's no run. So the only two Division 1 games that have seen any cricket this morning are here and at Headingley, where Kent are 183 for 5 in their second innings against Yorkshire, so Kent 97 runs behind, but with just 5 wickets standing. Here's Berg in again, bowls. That's outside the off stump, flashed away by Cushy, but there is a man now sweeping out on the cover boundary, as a result of which he gets just a single. Cushy to 25, Double Nelson, Essex 222 for 4, 25 runs ahead. The partnership between these two now worth 64. And Northamptonshire this morning, having picked up just the 1 wicket, had a Matt Critchley early on, caught by Berg in the covers off Taylor for 47. At that stage, 158 for 4. It's now 222 for 4. We have 20 minutes to go until lunch. Skies still overcast, as they have been since first thing this morning. Here's Berg in again, bowls, and Walter plays that down to backward point, fielded by Ben Sanderson, and there's no run.
We've heard from Chris in Poland, actually, Chris Stankiewicz, who says, good afternoon from Słupsk in northwest Poland, ! Enjoying the cricket on YouTube and especially the erudite entertaining commentary. I'm watching with my Polish brother-in-law, whom I introduced to our wonderful game back in Blighty when my wife and I were living in Bolton. Just a shame he doesn't understand the commentary. Thank you very much for that, Chris.
He's not alone, probably. Here's Berg around the wicket, and Walter on the back foot plays it back down the pitch. Berg fields off his own bowling. End of the over, Berg 16 overs, 3 maidens. No wicket, 48, 222 for 4 it is. In Division 2 at Derby, Derbyshire 265 for 2 in their second innings against Glamorgan. So Derbyshire 246 ahead, presumably thinking maybe about a declaration at some point. And down at Hove, Durham 265 for no wicket in their second innings, so they're just 50 runs behind. Terrific effort by the Durham opener. Sean Dixon 157 not out. Alex Lees, of course, had a go with England during the winter, is 95 not out. And Sanderson prepares to bowl again.
Heard from Nick Hines, one of our regulars, who says to add to the variety of places where people were born. I was born in Colwyn Bay. Family moved to Enfield when I was 9 months, and then to Orpington. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and that's a leave outside off stump by Cushy. He continues at Orpington, Kent at 18 months. I've never lived in Essex, but support the team because of Dad. He was born in Braintree. It was easy to cross the river to see our team at Leighton, Brentwood, Southend, etc. Some wonderful memories of games in the 60s with Dad. Thank you, Nick. Nice to hear, and that's, again, it's what we were talking about, I think, with Glenn and Don on the first day, this sort of mythology of county cricket, and that you're brought up into a county, and hearing all the stories about the great players, and you absorb it as a youngster, and then take that on into adulthood. Sanderson bowls, and that ball, it almost played into his stumps by Cushy, but the ball spins the other way and goes back down the pitch. 222 for 4. In my own case, just on this business of how we remember early games, the very first time I ever saw Essex, when school was over one day, it was the year when they couldn't play at the Castle Park because it was underwater. They played at the Garrison Ground instead, and a couple of mates and myself went and watched the play that only started at 6 o'clock. In those days, the hours of play were 11:30 to 6:30. That's right. And Essex batted, there were 40 for no wicket in that half hour. Oh, and now this ball's been hooked in the air. It goes down, but it's safe, and has in fact disappeared for 4 down to long leg. 226 for 4. Cushy goes along to 29. Yeah, diving effort there by Matt Kelly, who I think got hands to it. It was in the air a long time. He had to make a lot of ground round to his right, and he's now having to replace the divot, I think, but he got hands to it. It was just unfortunately just slightly out of our view, but it looked as though he got at least one hand, possibly 2 hands to it, but didn't hang on, crucially for Essex. Well, my view of it on the left-hand side of this box was masked, but you got a splendid view there, and he dived, probably just got a hand to it, but it'd be harsh to count it as a chance when we normally talk about it. Very difficult. Did very well to get as close as he did. 226 for 4 as Cushy plays the next ball to short mid-wicket. He's on 29. There's no run. Just going back to what I was saying, yes, in half an hour, Dickie Dodds, the former Essex opener, hit the very first ball of the match through long off for 4, and he opened with Gordon Barker, and it's amazing how, as Dick was saying earlier, you can't remember what you did earlier this morning, but you've got a vivid memory of a day further back than I care to remember. But I think it would have been 1958.
In my case, I can't remember what day the bins go out. That's always and what colour bin it is. That's always the difficult one. But I can remember my first day at the county ground in 1972.
Sanderson's in. Bowles keeps a little bit low, a run here to Cushy as he plays the ball to mid-wicket. They think about a second and rightly decide against it. We've heard from Chris Grant, who says, hello again, Dick, Paul and Andrew. Presumably Lawrence and Rossington will be available for the next game, and if selected, will replace 2 of the current 11. On form, that would seem to be Brown and Wesley. Can the captain be dropped? Well, I think not. And to be fair to Tom Wesley, he made 80 at Edgbaston. Personally, I'd use Cushy to open with Sir Alistair, giving us a left and right-handed opening pair, as opposed to Brown and Cook, who are too similar and are in a groove of slow scoring. Best regards, Chris. Good points you make. I know that Walter and Cook would represent an all left-hand opening partnership, but I think that he, having sort of proved himself a very capable opener with Cook 2 years ago, I think if Brown were to be dropped, I have a feeling Walter might take his place at the top of the order. And Walter it is who leaves the ball down leg side. He remains on 74, and the score is 227 for 4.
Unusually, Ben Sanderson is, I think they think the short ball might be the way, and it very nearly did with Feroz Cushy. I think, to be fair to Matt Kelly, and we were just saying about whether he got a hand to it. Having watched the replay, I'm not actually sure that he did. It was a full-length dive, and if he got a hand to it, it was just a sort of an outstretched palm, and it went away fairly comfortably for 4. But that last ball of that over to Walter, you notice they have the leg gully in. So I think they feel that the short ball for Sanderson might be a way of possibly trying to dislodge one of these two. Northamptonshire really could do with a wicket before lunch, but from Essex point of view, these two doing just what they need to do, and the partnership between those two now worth 69. Yes, it was interesting listening to you about talking about birthplaces. Mine's terribly dull. Mine was born in the Barratt maternity home in Northampton, which is about a mile from where we were living then, about a mile from the county ground, and about 200 yards from BBC Radio Northampton, where I've spent the last 38 years working. So some would say I haven't actually moved very far, but there you go. Makes me happy. Here's Taylor running in, starting a fresh spell, and is nicked and caught. And Taylor, with the first ball of his spell, breaks the partnership. He gets Cushy caught behind one that just bounced a little bit. Cushy fending at it, got an outside edge. It goes through to Lewis McManus. Taylor takes the wicket, and Essex 227 for 5, which means in effect 30 for 5, and a third wicket of the innings now for Tom Taylor.
Which weds nicely with the next emailer to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com from Eddie Ryan, who says, good afternoon lads, great commentary. Would you say the victory is still on for Northamptonshire, or the draw being the most likely, or even a miracle turnaround for Essex? Thanks. Well, obviously now another wicket has gone down. That will lift the spirits of the Northamptonshire bowlers, and a good innings of 30 from Cushy comes to an end. A good partnership. Paul Walton's now been involved in a partnership of 100 for the 4th wicket, and that one of 69 for the 5th wicket, as we now see Adam Wheater make his way to the middle. 227 for 5, and this is the 92nd inning over of the innings being bowled, and Taylor picking up both the wickets to fall today.
Yeah, you just felt from a Northamptonshire point of view that maybe the game was just starting to maybe drift away from them, and as I say, we can't rule out the possibility of maybe some weather later, but Northamptonshire, as I just said, needed a wicket before lunch. They needed to break that partnership. Tom Taylor has he's done the trick a couple of times in this match with the wicket of Wesley in the first innings, which was an important one in the context, and then nipping out Matt Critchley this morning, because got Alistair Cook out last night, and then Cushy this morning, so he's put in a good shift for Northamptonshire. One of the 2 Red Bull vice-captains now, Simon Kerrigan, the other not playing. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to the new batsman Adam Wheater, who's on the back foot playing it back down the pitch for Taylor to field, and there's no run. Taylor, who was last year's Media Player of the Year at the presentation awards at the end of the season at Northampton, and I basically felt that sometimes they say about lies, damned lies, and statistics, don't they? And you can make statistics prove what you want, but I just felt last year that, having watched pretty much every ball of the season, his figures in no way reflected his value to the side in all competitions. His Taylor in again, bowls to Wheater, and Wheater's covering up, pushing it out in the offside, fielded by Emilio Gay, coming in from extra cover, and there's no run. And his contribution with the bat, with the ball, held some good catches in the slip cordon as well, and just generally being a positive presence, last season being his first full season at Northamptonshire. He's a very handy cricketer to have about, and I think it's reflected in his appointment as one of the 2 Red Ball vice captains in the new leadership team at Northamptonshire. 2 slips in place as Taylor comes in, bowls to Wheater, and Wheater's on the front foot pushing out the covers. Once again Gay fields, and there's no run.
Interesting point there, because one of the things that I think is wrong with English cricket is this culture that you all have to be of one voice. Now, that's all very well, but one of the consequences of that is that when you look round for anyone but the captain who could be captain, no one's been encouraged to voice their opinions. Indeed, they've been positively discouraged. And for me, it's no wonder that there weren't many alternatives to Joe Root.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Wheater outside the off stump. Doesn't need to play it, doesn't. Watches it into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Yeah, Northamptonshire this year with, I think, 2 vice captains is a first, I think I'm right in saying, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Yeah, well, Simon Carrigan not playing in this match, of course. I would be surprised if he doesn't play at the Oval when they come to look at the side for the next match. Northamptonshire start game against Surrey at the Oval on Thursday, but Tom Taylor is the other one. And well, he's done his job in this game, and there's more work to do for him. And that ball goes outside the off stump. Wheater doesn't need to play it, and doesn't. End of the over. 227 for 5. Breakthrough for Taylor, who's bowled 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 39. That was a wicket maiden. Essex 227 for 5. They lead by 30. 5 wickets down. We have around about 7-8 minutes to go until lunch, so probably just a couple of overs, unless we get the obligatory Arthur Childs Clarke over of spin before lunch. Probably ought to explain that Arthur Childs Clarke was Northamptonshire's captain 1947 to 48, and talking to the late great Dennis Brooks, he said you could set your watch by Arthur Childs Clarke bringing on the spinner before lunch, usually Arthur Cox, the leg spinner.
So here we see Sanderson begin a new over from the Hayes close end around the wicket initially, bowls to Walter, plays it to mid-wicket, and Luke Proctor, there's no run, 227 for 5. Yes, it was said that one of the reasons why Broad and Anderson might have been omitted from the West Indian tour was that they didn't make captaining the side easy for Joe Root, but basically if you're prepared to drop your 2 best bowlers by a country mile because they may answer back once or twice, then I think it's a poor do, as Walter looks to take a single from a push into the offside, but it's not there, and he remains 74. Essex 227 for 5. We hear from Bill Joel, not to be confused with the singer. He's talking about the ECB, and he says, interesting that you mentioned the above-mentioned organisation, which has given me an opening to respond accordingly. Can anybody tell me to whom the ECB are accountable, or are they godlike in their status and exempt from criticism, with particular emphasis on their treatment of the 4-day game and their insistence on promoting the 100 over all other competitions? Here's a false shot from Walter. He really hasn't got the pull shot against Sanderson correct. He's going to pick up a run, but instead of the ball going to long leg, it goes away into the offside. It didn't loop up into the air, so it wasn't nearly a catch, but it's a false shot. He hasn't played many of those. He gets a single, moves on to 75, and the score to 228 for 5.
Well, cricket, like most games, is a game of opinions, isn't it? And I'm sure we all have them.
Yeah, absolutely. but certainly the ECB, I suppose you can say the same of any sporting body, they're never the most popular people in the world, but there is this tendency to be extremely autocratic. We hear from Paul Pirongs. I'm not sure I pronounced your name correctly, but he says, thanks for the entertaining commentary. Come back to your point, because Sanderson's already on his way in with 2 slips, bowls, and Wheater defends into the offside. There's no run. You say, could you perhaps update us fans on the position of Jack Plom at the club? His photograph did not appear in the latest yearbook. There is no evidence that his contract has been extended, and he appears not to have played for Essex this season. I think I saw him as 12th man yesterday, however. Yes, I can't update you, Paul. I haven't heard this season of any update on Jack, who played in a lot of the one-day games last season, and looks to be a good prospect as Wheater plays the ball past mid-wicket, and they get a single, and that gets Wheater off the mark, and the score goes to 229 for 5, and the Essex lead now is 32. And we've heard from Mohammed, who says, first time listener, and I would like to express my gratitude to the commentary and the great job you guys are doing. A point of interest is Feroze, F-E-R-O-Z-E, is pronounced Fur-Rose without a pause, so Feroze rather than Ferozy or other such variations. Thank you for that. That's very helpful. Please keep up the entertaining commentary. We'll do our best as Sanderson then bowls, and this time Walter has got the pull shot effectively, and that's disappeared to the long leg boundary for 4. There is a man down there, partly obscured from my view by the adjoining Tom Pearce stand, but he was unable to reel the ball in, and the over ends with Essex 233 for 5 as Walter moves along to 79 from 219 deliveries.
Yeah, it looks, Paul, as though Northamptonshire have got this idea that, that the short stuff might unsettle Paul Walter, but that short ball from Ben Sanderson, to be honest, just sat up and asked to be hit and was hit, and they got the man in there at leg gully, and it whistled past him and eluded the man at long leg as well. So it's noticeable maybe that the 2 wickets that have fallen this morning, both fallen to Tom Taylor, who's pitching the ball up rather more. Here's Taylor in again, pitches that one up to Wheater, who just plays it up to Berg at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 2 slips in place. We have, by my watch, about 2 minutes to go until lunch, so I strongly suspect this will be, in fact, the official, I think the clock they go on is the clock on the scoreboard, and that does say 2 minutes to 1, so one imagines this will be the final over of the morning session. It's been an interesting session. Essex have so far scored 84 runs. They've lost a couple of wickets. They are effectively 36 for 5. Here's Taylor in again outside the off stump. Wheater doesn't play a shot.
We've heard
again,
from,
it just scuttles through a little bit to McManus. It was a nasty one for him to take. Had to sort of scoop it up on the half volley.
We've heard from George Woods, a Northamptonshire supporter. Thank you very much, George. You say I'm technically not from Northamptonshire, but I'm 500 yards from the border, so I count it as a local. I always find when we put a spinner in, we need more seamers, but when we add the extra seamer, we need the spinner. Hopefully Taylor can get us another wicket.
That's a very, very interesting point, actually, that George has made. I'll come back to that in a second. Here's Taylor in outside the off-stump. Wheater lets it go. Yes, talking to John Sadler last night, actually, because we've been saying on the second day that, you know, Northamptonshire seem to have got that selection right with the 5 seamers, and they're able to rotate and the spin of Keogh, and then we were saying that, you know, the last ball of last night when Saif Zaib came into the attack, bowled a bit of left arm spin, and he got one to sort of hurry through and almost did Paul Walter with the very last ball of the day, and he said, you know, it's sort of that well-known law that dictates that things don't always go according to plan. And here's Taylor in again, bowls very full to Wheater, who looks to drive, doesn't time it, goes on the bounce to extra cover, fielded by Gay, and there's no run. And yes, they're sort of thinking, well, on the last day maybe Simon Kerrigan would have been handy, but he's not playing. So, and Northamptonshire, you could argue, well, if they hadn't have had the 5 seamers that they were able to rotate, they wouldn't have been in a position to bowl Essex out cheaply in the first innings and to enforce the follow-on. So yeah, it's broad as it's long, isn't it? But as we say, game of opinions, and we shall see how this pans out in the afternoon session. 2 balls to go, potentially until lunch. Here's Taylor in again, bowls very full to Wheater, who's looking to drive. Goes off the inner portion of the bat up to mid-on. It's fielded by Luke Proctor. Train can sort of hear in the distance, but not too far away from Chelmsford Station, so a few trains rattling through.
Yeah, I mean, it's so close that it's probably only about 300 yards from where we're sitting that the line passes. And the fact we can hear it so clearly does rather indicate the wind is sort of coming from a sort of northwesterly direction.
Here's Taylor. And that last ball hurries on and doesn't bounce very much to Adam Wheater, who was a little bit caught on the crease, but he plays it safely enough. That is lunch. 233 for 5, Essex. Paul Walter's done a terrific job. He's started off 40 not out this morning. He's 79 not out at lunch. He's batted right through the session. Adam Wheater is not out 1, 233 for 5. So Essex effectively 36 for 5. Both wickets to fall this morning have fallen to Tom Taylor. Paul and I will be updating BBC Essex in a second. I shall be doing the same for BBC Radio Northampton. If you're listening on the BBC Sport website or on the stream, we'll be back with commentary resuming at around about 20 minutes to 2. For now, enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much to Andrew there, and I'll just get through a couple more emails while we wait for the slot to come in where I update the score. It's 233 for 5 at lunch.
We're on 6. We had an email from Martin. Enjoying the programme and the current discussion on places of birth. I was born in Northampton and brought up in a house backing onto the county ground. Oh, I know it well. Well, I don't mean the house, but I know where you mean. I've been there enough times. I can visualise roughly. Come back to that in a moment after this delivery from Kelly, which finds the edge of Paul Walter's bat, but safely so, goes down to fine leg for a single. Martin continues. Sadly, the pagan tenants had built a corrugated iron monstrosity blocking my view of the cricket, but happily an aunt who worked for the county bought me a junior member's ticket every year. Having said that, the football stands provided a good play area for the short attention spans of fidgety schoolboys. My earliest memories are of Frank Typhoon Tyson, Raman Sabaro, and later of David Larter and Colin Milburn, who had a winter job as a games master at my school. As Kelly moves in and bowls to Wheater. Wheater goes on the back foot, playing totally defensively with a dead bat. The final paragraph says, my interest in the county... Oh, he puts the county in quotes as if it's sort of the only county, but fair enough. My interest in the county has returned in later years. I now live in Crete, and having been back for a long time, and I suspect from photos I've seen that I would barely recognise Wantage Road, but following and supporting via the radio is wonderfully nostalgic. Thank you. Well, thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much for getting in touch. The place has certainly changed a bit in the last few years. I think almost certainly for the better.
Kelly moves in and bowls. That's outside the off stump. I have mixed feelings about Northampton. Generally, I hasten to add, very, very favourable. But some years ago, I don't know, time goes by, maybe 12 years ago, on what would have been the final day. No, it wasn't. No, it doesn't matter which day. It wasn't the final day. I remember that. I'd left the ground to go back to wherever I was staying, and there's a roundabout or junction just to the immediate east of the ground. That's nudged down to fine leg for a single out towards place called Western Favel, if I remember.
Where I went to school.
Oh, really? And anyway, I was negotiating this junction completely legally, and I'd gone through my green traffic light, and suddenly, from the right-hand side, came this fellow who hadn't noticed that his traffic light was red and went smashing into the side of my car, wrote it off. Blues and twos and ambulances and police cars and road closures. It was, of course, at the rush hour time as well. It brought that part of Northampton to a close, to a halt, and I was taken off to Northampton General Hospital, not seriously injured, touch wood. And that's more buyers.
No, he edged that, I think.
Did he did? I beg your pardon. In which case, I suppose technically, well, no, it was.
It was a very full ball. Walter drove at it, got an inside edge, and McManus had to change direction, dived away to his right. He didn't get anything on it, and as you say, I don't think there was really any chance of him getting a glove on it. But nevertheless, it's 4 runs.
Yes, and so as I say, I'd got lots of bumps and bruises and things, but luckily nothing else, and I was duly checked out at very efficient Northamptonshire General Hospital, or Northampton General Hospital, but the car was written off. The whole of the front of the car just disappeared, which made me think afterwards, if he'd arrived half a second later, he came from the right, he'd have bashed into my driver's door and I might not be here now.
Here's Taylor starting a fresh over to Wheater, who's playing that defensively back down the pitch for Taylor to field. Yes, there's a big roundabout not too far from the ground, which is known locally as the Fairy Lights.
Is it?
Around Abington Park.
Abington Park, that's the place, yes.
Which, there's quite a lot of lights, and you do have to have your wits about you a little bit, especially if you don't know it. I suppose it's those of us that go through there pretty much every day. But
well, I assure you, my lad, I was in the.
I'm sure you were.
I was in the right. In fact, the other bloke was charged with. I don't know what he was charged with, but he was certainly taken to court.
Send for Rumpole. Here's Taylor bowling very full, driven out to extra cover, fielded by Keogh, and there's no run. Yes, I went to school at Western Favel for many years. We lived at that part of the town. It was interesting what that lovely message we had from Martin that I lived for 15, 16 years in a house 3 doors away from the ground, which was very, very handy.
Yes, indeed.
Because it was obviously when I just started working, doing commentary and reporting from there, so it was very useful indeed. Not least during the winter when you could get the old binoculars out of the back window and see who was turning up, possibly to be signed. That was quite useful. Here's Taylor running away from us in again. Bowls to Wheater, who's in behind that, playing it up to Berg rather at mid wicket, and there's no run. Yes, it was one of those rather funny moments when I'd spotted, I won't mention the player, but I had spotted a player arrive in the car park, and I rang the then chief executive, Steve Coverdale, was at the club for many years, and said, "Stephen, are we interested in signing such and such?" And he said, "How do you know that?" I said, "Well, because his car's parked in the car park with his name down the side of it, so didn't exactly have to be Sherlock Holmes to work that one out." Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Wheater, full length, and Wheater in behind it, driving it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. Gareth Berg swinging his arms. Also Rob Keogh starting to warm up. I wonder if we might see a little bit of spin while the ball maybe is still a little bit of hardness in it. Yes, the ground, as Martin would have said, was Northampton Town Football Club, leaving there in 1994, and particularly since then, the ground has changed beyond all recognition, really. Looks like a cricket ground now. Here's Taylor in, bowls again to Wheater, pushing it up to Berg at mid wicket, and there's no run. Now the Lim Wilson Indoor Centre, from which we now commentate. That's been there since it was opened in 1998. And the Spencer Pavilion, the old pavilion, which was completely refurbished and kept the basic structure at the back, but big building project at the front to expand the accommodation for spectators and for members. That was early 90s. Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump to Wheater, and again there's a little spot there, but it was pretty much where the previous over pitched and didn't bounce at all. Taken by McManus down by his bootstraps. It's a maiden for Taylor, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 43, and Essex 245 for 5, which means they lead by 48. Paul Walter is on 85, Alan Wheater's made 7.
I've only just noticed, and you'll definitely be able to answer this query, Andrew, that some of the players' caps are just plain maroon, very fetching, I hasten to add, and others have braid on them. Presumably that's being capped or not being capped.
That's right. Yeah, Don was asking about this
right.
on the first or the second day, and yes, it's as simple as that. Basically, capped players have the caps with the braiding. So Ricardo Vasconcelos, you can see there at first slip, he's got the braiding on the cap, and the uncapped players just have the ordinary red Northamptonshire cap.
Thank you. Kelly moves in and bowls to more buys, it has to be said, maybe 4 of them, I don't know. McManus did get a glove to it, but not to take enough of the weight out of it, and it still had enough legs on it to trickle down the slope.
He's had an uncharacteristically scruffy day behind the stumps, hasn't he, Lewis McManus? And I can only think, because he's kept so well in the first couple of games, I can only think that maybe he's got a little bit of an injury of some sort, which we'll doubtless discover later, but maybe not. Maybe he's just having one of those days and the bounce is a bit low and his feet haven't been quite moving as the way they would, so we should something ask the coach about a bit later. Yes,
Kelly moves in again, bowls, and that one gets up a bit, in more than a little bit, because even a man of the height of Paul Walter, it'd be an exaggeration to say it was inconvenienced, but he had to use all of his 6'8" or whatever it is to get on top of the bounce.
They've clearly got a bit of a theory with Walter, haven't they? And they were testing him out with a short ball before lunch as well. Sanderson gave him a little bit of a barrage with the leg gully in, as they have now with Will Young in there. So they obviously think there's something there, but the point is Paul Walter is still there. 227 balls, 85 runs.
As Kelly moves in and bowls to the tall left-hander, who, yes, as if right on cue, pulls a short delivery, pulls that perfectly satisfactory and safely, getting on top of the bounce and playing it square on the wicket, square with the wicket for 2, and the added applause. Oh, Essex have reached 250, and it's also the end of the over, and Essex are 250 for 5.
Another ball to go, I think. They've got. I think they were just switching over for the right-hander.
Yeah.
Still Kelly.
As Kelly moves in again and bowls. Yes, it's not the end of the over. Sorry, elementary mistake, but goes through to the keeper. Indeed, there's still 2 deliveries to go, assuming they're both valid, and have no reason to think they won't be. A lead of 53, so that probably represents, well, I was going to say the best part of an hour's batting to get those, but cometh the hour, cometh the men, and if needs be, they could probably get them a lot quicker than that. So, and that certainly did inconvenience Adam Wheater, and he's trying to be a brave little soldier, but it's pretty obvious that it did hurt him quite a bit. It hit him sort of, not completely in the really painful area, but there or thereabouts, certainly in the nether regions, and yeah, he's okay, but for a second or two he wasn't very happy. As Kelly moves in again, bowls, and a bubble of very full length which Wheater digs out quite satisfactorily, and it trickles out to mid-on, and that really is the end of the over. 250 for 5, Paul Walter 86 and Adam Wheater on 7.
Mentioned the game at Bristol that's been abandoned. That's Surrey against Gloucestershire. Surrey 603 all out, Gloucestershire 443 for 2, and that's match drawn. They still haven't played today at Southampton, where Lancashire needing a target, facing a target of 351 and 9 for no wicket at the close, and they haven't played there today either. So it's now still just here and Headingley in Division 1, where there is actually cricket today, and the situation at Headingley is that Kent are 210 for 5 in their second innings against Yorkshire. They're still 70 runs behind. In Division 2, Derbyshire 332 for 2 against Glamorgan at Derby. So Derbyshire 313 runs ahead. Wonder if they'll try and set something up there. And at Hove, Durham 292 for no wicket in their second innings. Still 23 runs behind Sussex. Here's Taylor running in from this river end. 2 slips in place, bowling to the left-handed Walter, and Walter pushing forward. Ball of full length goes out to Berg at extra cover, and there's no run. Aeroplane flies over the ground. He popped into the city centre earlier. Dick, you said it was like on Fete.
Well, it was very busy. Well, certainly far busier than I expected, and everywhere was open. I don't know, for some reason I thought it would be more or less closed. But
maybe it's a bank holiday tomorrow, isn't it? So I suppose people are perhaps stocking up. Here's Taylor bowling again to Walter. Clips that nicely off his legs, runs for him here. He's gone away out through mid-wicket. It's chased by Keogh out towards the boundary. I think he's just going to haul it in. Yes, he is, and sends in his return off balance. And they come through for 3 comfortable runs. Takes Walter to 89 and Essex to 253 for 5, so 56 runs ahead. Walter 89 not out off 230 balls. What a terrific job he's done for his side.
Yes, he has.
Bit of a consultation there between Proctor, Sanderson and Taylor. Proctor is at mid-off, Sanderson at mid-on. Quite sure what plan they may be hatching. Field has swapped over, of course, for the right-handed Wheater. And Taylor comes in, bowls to him, and Wheater stands up tall, punches it off the back foot to Keogh at extra cover. and there's no run. See the umpires just having a little look around at the skies. The weather radar suggesting that the very light rain is not very far away now, just a few miles away. But like you say, it might just be so light and patchy that we barely notice it, and we're able to play through, or hopefully it just stalls and we don't get any at all. It would be a shame if rain intervened, because this match has still got something in it.
It has, yes.
Taylor again, bowls to Wheater, who's pushing it up to Sanderson at mid-off, and there's no run. It was interesting hearing some of the spectators down at the front of us in the Riverside stand here talking about what the scenarios might be and what Northamptonshire might think about chasing, and I think the point is that Northamptonshire would chase anything that was remotely possible for them to, on the basis that it's going to be a fairly short chase, and if things do go awry, then there's always the option to shut up shop and take the 13 points for a draw, as it would be.
Yes.
Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Wheater, and Wheater just pushing at that one a little bit bat away from body, but it goes down perfectly safely to backward point, where it's fielded by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. Emilio Gay hasn't been used yet. Let's see, we saw one over of Saif Zaib's left arm spin yesterday, but Emilio Gay has developed a little bit of a reputation as a partnership breaker. Hasn't had a go yet, bowls medium pace. But Taylor has been certainly the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers in this innings. Now they're dropping a man back. Saif Zaib is going out to deep square, and they've got Gareth Berg now in a catching position at short mid wicket as Taylor comes in, bowls to Wheater, who's in behind that one solidly enough, plays it up to Berg at short mid wicket, and that's the end of another over. Taylor's bowled 16 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 46. He's picked up the wickets of Sir Alistair Cook last night, and then Critchley and Cushy today. 253 for 5 at the end of the over. Essex lead by 56.
Yes, Mike, we were just, albeit in passing, we didn't want to make a big meal of it, but Michael points out that there have been 33 extras so far, 16 of which are buys. But that reminds me of an extraordinary game I remember watching, I don't know how many years ago. A very, very high scoring game at Northampton between these two counties, when extras reached 90 something.
98.
Was it?
Yeah, that's right. Which I think was a record.
Do you mean, sorry, come back to that after this delivery, and that's worked away, got on top of the bounce, played it down to long leg for a single. Do you mean it was in 1998, or it was 98 extras?
It was 98 extras.
Yes.
It was a match in which I think I'm right in saying it was the one in which when David Sales got a 100.
Yes.
Correct. And had the long last wicket partnership with Dickie Davis.
Yes.
When he was trying to break the then record that was held by Mal Loy of 322, and didn't quite get there. He was left stranded, I think 303 not out. I'll get it up on the screen. Pretty sure it was that game.
Yes, it would have been, yes. It was a quite remarkable game of cricket. And I think everybody wanted 2 more extras to see if the scorers would sort of wave their scorebooks in acknowledgement to the crowd. Oh, what a loud appeal for LBW there. Well, it's not given out by the umpire, but just for a second or two. It caused Wheater to be in a most inelegant position.
Yeah, I wonder if he got a little nick on it, because again, there's the question of the bowler just rather stifling the appeal.
Yeah, he's just asked, looking at the replay or the live stream which is from the far end. Obviously, he just asked the umpire, a little bit about it, quite politely, not making a big do about it. And the umpire said something, and may have said he got an edge, and Kelly just seemed to say, yes, okay, fair enough, thank you. Leave it alone. It was short of a length, and it ballooned over the head of Wheater. Now, had the identical delivery been bowled to Paul Walter, he might have had a go at it, but it was almost literally out of the reach of the somewhat diminutive Adam Wheater.
Yep, 1999 it was.
Oh, right.
Northamptonshire were 58 for 6, and finished up getting 579 all out.
But they were chasing a big score as well, weren't they? Or was that a different game?
That must have been a different game.
Oh, right.
And there were 98 extras
Yes.
in the innings.
And let's just play defensive. While you've got that up on the screen, how was that 98 extras broken down?
Comprising 17 byes, 17 leg byes, 48 no balls, and 16 wides.
Oh.
And the it doesn't list who was the culprit, but I seem to remember, because I was covering that match, and I do apologise if he's listening and it's not him, but memory suggests it might have been Ashley Cowan, I think, that had that overstepped a time or two. He obviously wasn't alone. But yeah, David Sales 303 not out. David Ripley made 94.
Kelly into Wheater. Wheater plays defensively and diligently with his head right over the ball. It trickles out on the offside, no addition to the score.
And then despite a Stuart Law century, Essex were forced to follow on. Wickets for Dickie Davis and Graham Swan. And in the second innings they bowled out for 143, lost by an innings, with more wickets for Davis and Swan and Paul Taylor. Finished in 3 days. Not good for the freelancers.
No. Although, as when did that's whipped away square on the onside? When did 4-day cricket come in then? Do you know?
Well, the first 4-day matches were 1988.
Because there was a season or two when they played both a mixture.
They mixed them up. I think it became all 4 days. What was it? 93, something like that.
Oh, as early as that. Yes.
94, something like that. 2 divisions came in. Certainly right at the end of the decade, 2000,
yes.
Wasn't it?
Yeah,
when Northamptonshire,
that year.
Northamptonshire won Division 2 in that first season. In slightly controversial circumstances against, inevitably, Essex. But you might remember that game with Matthew Hayden, when the pitch there was some discussion about the pitch at Northampton, and Matthew Hayden went out and made 160 on it and said, "What's wrong with that?" And the pitch panel agreed. 255 for 5. Taylor running in again to bowl to Adam Wheater, full length outside the off stump, but Wheater not drawn into a stroke, goes through to Lewis McManus, and there's no run. Yes, it was the only time I think I've ever seen a batsman acknowledge the applause of his teammates, the applause of the crowd, and the non-applause of the pitch panel. But they were sitting at the far end of the ground in one of the hospitality rooms, then in Wilson Indoor Centre, and he very pointedly raised his bat to them as well. And Northamptonshire went on and got promotion. Here's Taylor in again outside the off stump. There's still a little bit of zip from Taylor. Really has bowled well in this match. He's been excellent. He was left out of the previous game, didn't play against Yorkshire. They preferred to have the spinner in there, and it's a nice problem to have, I suppose, for Ricardo Vasconcelos and John Sadler. Also Nathan Buck, of course, who played in the first match against Gloucestershire, and Brandon Glover, also on the staff at Northamptonshire, although he's only played one red ball match for the club since coming a couple of years ago. But bowled well against Somerset when he did play, albeit on a pitch uncharacteristically in Northampton that really did bounce. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Wheater, and Wheater's not particularly elegantly but extremely effectively in behind that, pushes it out on the onside for Berg to come in from mid-wicket to field. 255 for 5, so the lead is 58. There will be, after this one, 59 overs remaining, and that's important just to bear that in mind in terms of the overall equation. The question is, I suppose, will the weather intervene at any point? 2 slips in place. Other than that, there's a man that's short mid-wicket, Gareth Berg. And here's Taylor in again outside the off-stump. Wheater leaves well alone as it goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus. The radar suggesting again that the weather is not too far away, but it is very, very light. Doubtless see if there is the first indication will probably be if any spectators start moving or putting on their cagoules or Don't have Pacamacs anymore, do they? Used to have Pacamac when I was a boy.
Oh yes, used to be national dress.
Just put it in your bag before you go to the game, dear. Here's Taylor outside the off stump. Wheater again leaves well alone, taken by McManus. Yes, that was a fish paste sandwiches, tick. Pencil and pen to fill in scorecard, tick. Playfair Cricket Annual, tick. Pacamac, tick. Junior members card, tick. That was all you needed for a day in paradise at the county ground in the 1970s. Taylor back at the end of his mark. Running in away from us at the river end of the ground. Bowls to Adam Wheater, who strays onto his hip, and Wheater's taken full advantage of that. Just got inside the line, worked it away nicely down to fine leg. No trouble at all, and Wheater picks up a boundary. 12 to him, and Essex up to 259 for 5. That's the end of the over. Taylor, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 50. Has bowled very few deliveries of that type today, but Wheater, well, meat and drink to him, and he picks up 4. 12 to him, 90 to Walter, 259 for 5. The lead is 62.
And yes, I mean, you all that talk about Pacamacs and sandwiches and paste sandwiches and things. On a Wednesday evening in Victoria Polly's around the wicket, I do a regular little feature about, but really basically about how many different ways there are in which to enjoy cricket. And cricket is almost unique in as much as there's the phrase, you know, we'll spend a day at the cricket. You don't say the football or the rugby or the tennis and it's you say the cricket. That's just worked away on the onside, no addition to the score, because there are so many different aspects of a match to enjoy apart from just what goes on in the middle. I suppose it's because it lasts in total 7 hours or so, and yeah, there's so much to it. The very ground itself matters, whereas in a football or rugby match it doesn't really matter. They all, as far as the playing of the game, it's all the same, and the atmosphere. But I suppose the only one that comes near it is golf.
Yes.
But other than that, nowhere else does the external factors mean so much to making a good game, making a day out of it. That's nudged down to fine leg for a single, so that takes Walter on to 91.
And I notice I've outstayed my welcome here, so I'll do the end of the over, and then I'll hand you over to Paul Newton for a bit.
Well, I hasten to point out you're always welcome. The only aspect you've outstayed is the imaginary schedule. But yes. We won't hold it against you.
It's very kind of you.
We're not sort of great sticklers to such things here. Well, I'm not. Paul may well get his revenge. Who am I to say we're not? As the next delivery is played by Wheater, leaning forward into the delivery.
I must just tell you, I mentioned this because not least because there's only this match and the one at Headingley still actually on in Division 1, and it is significant, not least because of course it's your next opponents, Essex's next opponents, yes. And Yorkshire picked up another wicket. Kent now 218 for 6 in their second innings up at Headingley, so they are still 64 runs behind, 218 for 6, so somebody needs to dig in.
Kelly moves in, bowls, short of a length, balloons over the head of Wheater. I'm just looking up Kelly in Playfair, and although he's played cricket in Australia, he's actually South African by birth, born in Durban.
Yeah, and he's played, this is his only his second match in England, but he's certainly of this, first class match. But yeah, he's made a good impression. As I just think he's still learning about lengths and things, and that will come. That can only really come by experience.
Yes, he's only 27, and again, Wheater leans into the delivery, and it just about makes its way out to mid-off where it's picked up. So.
He's with Northamptonshire, and certainly right through the first sort of series of matches. There's 7 rounds, isn't there, of which each county plays. No, that's right. 6 matches, isn't it? It's 6 out of 7.
As that's outside the off stump, goes through to wicketkeeper McManus.
County schedule very often in recent years has been a question of sort of multiply by 6, divide by 2 and take away the number you first thought of. But it is. It's 7 rounds of matches of which everybody plays 6. So 260 for 5 rather. Essex with 63 runs, their lead over Northamptonshire. And I shall hand you over to Paul and Dick for the next half hour.
Thanks very much indeed. Right. Managed to remove one microphone and now replacing the other. Press the green button and away we go.
So Tom Taylor to continue from the river end with Essex at 260 for 5, and we've had a partnership of 100, a partnership of 69, and now this one is adding further useful runs here. Here comes Taylor, just about to bowl to Walter, looking for his maiden championship century, and he's on 91. This is a leave outside off stump, so last wicket fell at 227. 33 have been put on, but from an Essex point of view, the important thing is that 2 wickets haven't gone down in quick succession at any stage since the 3rd wicket went down yesterday afternoon, and that's due in no small measure to Paul Walter, who's now been a partner in 3 quite lengthy partnerships. How long this one will last remains to be seen. As Taylor bowls to him, Walter drives, it's nicely fielded in the covers, and score remaining at 260 for 5.
Till the close of play.
Which of course could mean many things, because it could rain. We know that rain is not very far from here. At the moment it seems to be holding up all right. And of course it could be an early finish at 10 to 5 if it doesn't rain, or if wickets suddenly clatter, it could go the full distance. We've got a slip and a gully, just the one slip. And that ball's clipped very nicely off the pads by Walter, but straight to mid-wicket. Once again, there'll be no run, but it doesn't seem to worry Walter. If he goes a few deliveries without scoring, he's faced the mere matter of 236 deliveries now, and 91 not out. Just the sort of solidity in the middle order that Essex have been lacking in the previous games in which he's not played.
Yes, it's all highly commendable. When I was off air just before lunch, as is my custom, I spent quite a bit of time in the press box next door, and we were sort of having a little bit of a natter and a discussion, saying, could any of us remember a player who's either had to or been asked to change his game totally more than
Taylor bowls, and the ball's driven straight to Luke Proctor at mid-off, no run.
More than Paul Walter, because he came into the club specifically as a pinch hitter in 2020 cricket. He didn't play the longer versions at all, and whether it was his idea or the club saw something, but he's, in that relatively short time, he's totally changed his style of play, hasn't he?
Well, I remember he had an innings of, I think it was 167 for his club side, in which he hit an extraordinary number of sixes. This was just in club cricket, but that was the Paul Walter that was.
Yes.
Not to be confused with that was the week that was, and here is Taylor in bowls, and a good change of mind from Walter. It's a no ball, so 262 for 5, but he went to hook at that, and if he'd known it was a no ball at the time, he probably would have gone through with the shot, but he decided it was too high to get over the bounce, as it were, and therefore withdrew his bat. And he's not made 100 for Essex before, so he would dearly like to be able to get another 9 runs here.
Oh yes, his highest championship score is 96.
Does it tell you who that was against?
Yes, of course it does. Gloucestershire here in last year.
Yes, I don't think I was there for that one actually, because I don't remember it. But anyway, from his point of view, he'll be hoping to beat that and get at least another 3, as this is played to mid-off, and there's no run. For those like myself of a very pedantic nature, when I say that, if he beats it, he'd therefore get to 97, and hence you add the other 3, and he would reach his 100. Didn't want anybody thinking that I'd only allowed for him to make 99.
Indeed.
Particularly as one of the greatest pedants I've ever come across is sitting right beside me here, and mustn't flatter him too much. As Taylor around the wicket, bowls to Walter, and he's clipped that beautifully off the pads, but very well fielded at mid-wicket, and I think that's Rob Keogh, and there's no run there. If he could have got that through, that might well have taken him 4 runs closer to the 100. It was indeed Keogh. 262 for 5 at the end of the over. 104 overs have now been bowled in the innings. 91 to Walter and 12 to Wheater.
Yes, thanks for that, Paul. So we're going to see Proctor come into the attack, taking over from Matthew Kelly at the far end. And he has 1 wicket to his name in this innings. He dismissed Tom Westley yesterday for 9, trapping him LBW. And just marking out his run-up and setting his field with the help of his captain. Former Lancashire player, born in Oldham, who I noticed got relegated out of the Football League yesterday, I believe.
They did indeed, or I think actually they'd already gone before, but they've certainly gone now.
As Proctor moves in and played out in the offside. And I believe I read that Oldham Athletic now are the only former Premiership side ever to have dropped out of the league altogether.
Spot on. Yeah, I'm trying to think of who the... hopefully Andrew might be able to fill me in on this one. The former Everton player who scored loads of goals for them and became a manager and managed Oldham at one point.
As Proctor moves in. You see, it's half hour off. You're not going, you know.
Wrong game for me.
Outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
Well, he informs me it's the wrong game for him, and I was misled by his references to Northampton Town and how they've been getting on. But anyway,
it's his job to know.
It'll come to me in a moment or two. I was going to say that this guy who managed Oldham very hospitably at the end of the game, because I was there reporting for Pennine Radio at the time, 2nd highest ground in the country, by the way, Oldham Boundary Park.
That's played defensively off the back foot by Wheater. Because you mentioned Northampton Town. I mean, I know very little about football, but I mean, they were also a Premiership club once, weren't they?
They were.
Or was it just were they called the First Division in those days?
And First Division, yeah. And these were in the days of the legendary Bobby Hunt. Who he, I hear everybody cry.
Yes, who he?
Colchester's record goal scorer.
Oh, right.
Once got 40-odd goals in the season, and he went to Northampton and actually scored a hat-trick for them in one of their few victories in Division 1.
Proctor moves in and bowls outside the off stump, and McManus, who hasn't had the best of games, it has to be said, but he did well there, diving away to his right and taking the ball in front of the slip.
1965-66.
Brilliant. Brilliant. And also brilliant, I knew one of our listeners would bail me out here. Nick Hutton, thank you very much. You just put 2 words in to your answer. Joe Royal, the legendary Joe Royal. Sadly, my memory has just let me down.
Proctor moves in, bowls, and Wheater again goes forward, plays defensively.
And poor old Everton, who looked like being relegated out of Division 1. I think it's 1951 since they weren't in Division 1. But Joe Royal was one of their highest ever goal scorers. Very nice chap, as I say, because he came after a game, Oldham v whoever it was, probably Bradford City, and poured us all a drink of beer after the end of the game in the press room.
Just played out in the offside, no addition to the score, which is 262 for 5, a lead of 65, and Paul Walter has 91 to his name and Adam Wheater 12 to his, and these two are batting, well, they're doing exactly what's required, and from the Essex point of view, long may they continue.
Just wanted to read two emails that I didn't have time to read when I was last on as the lunch hour intervened. Hopefully you're still listening. Clive Coles, you say big decisions to be made. Agree with Paul that Walter should be in the team and would like Porter to add a further seamer to the attack. And you say, but if Lawrence is declared fit and Rossington is to be utilised, Wheater has something to prove today if he is to retain the gloves. Yep, thank you very much for that, Clive. Good points you make.
You would think probably, and it gives me no pleasure to say it whatever, but you would think that it might be time to give Nick Brown a run in the seconds and try and get some confidence and some runs.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no disputing that, even though he did get 100 in the first game. But the problem is he's since then got a whole rack, I think half a dozen low scores, as we're about to see a little bit of variety added to the attack. Safe Zabe is going to come on at the River End. The second email that I didn't get time to read before lunch was from John Bootland. Bill Joel had made the point that the ECB seemed totally unaccountable for whatever they may do or decide, and John Bootland just wanted to agree with that, as here is Walter playing the first Safe Zabe delivery back down the pitch to the bowler. And John says, I've been asking the question put by Bill for years and agree with his opinion, i.e. that the ECB don't seem to be accountable to anyone. As this next ball, that's going to possibly bring Walter another 4. He went to force it through the covers and it's come off an edge. It doesn't in fact make the boundary, but they take 2 as it goes down towards third man. It was all along the ground. 264 for 5 and Walter to 93. And Safe Zabe is slow left arm over the wicket, bowls from the River End, and Walter returns it to the bowler. 264 for 5. Getting through this over incredibly quickly. Bowls again. This ball is pulled straight to mid-wicket, but with just a suspicion that Walter has to be a little bit careful there, not just to hole out, as Zabe is in again, bowls, and that's a nice shot, but it's very well fielded by the ever sprightly 41-year-old Gareth Berg, diving to his left at cover, otherwise that might well have been a boundary. There's no run at all. Zabe is in again, bowls, and Walter is bowled. He's thwarted at 93, a brilliant bowling change. And has it come in time for Northamptonshire still to go on and win this game? 264 for 5 represents a lead of 67. And very sadly for Paul Walter, his splendid vigil has come to an end. And he faced 245 balls and is bowled by Zabe, driving over the top of the ball for 93.
Yes, a splendid innings, a bit of an anticlimactic ending really, but hey, that takes nothing away from the value of his innings. Whether or not that saves the match for Essex remains to be seen, obviously, but yeah, a superb performance. And quite rightly getting a very good hand from, well, not a packed house by any means, but yeah. There's a goodly crowd in on the Tom Pearce stand, even if nowhere else, which is always the first place to be occupied. So, yeah, that disappointing from the Essex point of view, but he could hardly have done more.
No, I've done nothing but praise Paul Walter, so I have to dock him a point, and I know you joined me in this, Dick. The crowd wanted to show their appreciation of his innings, and he trudged off disconsolately. I understand his disappointment, but he failed to raise his bat to acknowledge the applause at any point of his departure, and I'm afraid that's something, perhaps when he does get a few hundreds, he'll learn to do it more. But you know, when people are wishing to convey their appreciation, I think you should acknowledge it.
I agree entirely, yes. It's not pleasant to see, and it's the crowd that ultimately pay these people wages, and generally speaking now very good wages as well.
But it was a good bowling change, and I said to Andrew earlier that, you know, you look far less comfortable against the slow bowling than he did against the quicker bowling. And here is the start of a new over from Luke Proctor. That was the last ball of an over from which the 6th wicket fell. And Wheater plays a very nice straight drive, but it's not only fielded by Proctor, but he deflects the ball into the stumps at the bowler's end. Simon Harmer, anxious not to register a pair here, had never left his ground, and he is the new batsman at the non-striker's end, therefore. 264 for 6, and Proctor's on his way again.
And bowls, and that's just played defensively by Wheater, trickled out on the offside. Yes, I couldn't commentate on the first ball this over because our monitor screen, which shows the scoreboard, came up with one of these signs that you sometimes get at home. If you don't press some key or other, it will go off in 60 seconds. It's very ominous. But I've never tried it to see if it really does, or if it's just. I suppose it's all in the cause of saving fuel. That's outside the off stump, and Wheater is beaten. He plays. The shot he's played a lot in this innings, an immaculate forward defensive. The difference was that this time it didn't coincide with the ball, but fortunately it didn't coincide with even the edge of the bat. So he lives to fight on as Proctor moves in from the far end, the Hayes close end, bowls, and it's played pleasantly but non-productively out to mid-on by Wheater.
I must also thank Michael Alexander, who, when I was struggling to remember Joe Royle's name a few minutes ago, he too came in to bail me out with the correct answer. Still, the rain holding off, Dick. It does look a little more ominous than it did, but it's holding up well.
Proctor moves in and bowls, and again, yet again, I could say, Wheater goes forward and just plays defensively. It trickles out on the offside.
Chris Grant also coming in with Joe Royle. It's lovely to think that not only do we have all these emailers, but they're all listening and all able to help us out as our ageing memories let us down.
Well, I don't think in my case it was memory, I just never knew.
Yeah.
I think it's ignorance rather than anything else. That's nudged down to third man, and for 4. Somewhat involuntary shot probably, but it was all along the ground, and it sped away down the slight hill towards this end. If I was to say it was imperceptible, then obviously I'm not aware of it, so it can't be literally imperceptible, otherwise it wouldn't be perceptible. But yeah, it's not obvious, the slope. It's not like at Hove or somewhere like that, or even Lords, but that's side to side, of course, as Proctor moves in and bowls, and that's just played with studied defence, and it trickles out on the offside, 2 mid-off. The end of the over, and Essex 270 for 6. Really on the scoreboard, it's the figure in the bottom right hand corner that's the most important. It says lead 73. It also says that Northamptonshire have 5 points out of this game so far, and Essex have 2.
Yes, now when you think that Essex in the previous match at Edgbaston took, I think it was 2 points from the game, if they only took 2 points from this one, it shows you that any hopes of sort of really being involved in the argument come the end of the season at the top of the table are beginning to disappear. So although they only stand to gain by a further 8 points if they can draw the game, but those could be extremely important points, not least in case they should end up in a battle at the other end of the table trying to stave off relegation.
Yes, indeed.
Gareth Berg is bowling from the river end, so that was a 1-over experiment, and how successful it was, bringing save into the attack. This ball played into the covers and played out to Zabe, and there is no run.
But despite the fact that mathematically it would make it more difficult to be challenging at the end, I think, to my mind, more importantly, just generally the way Essex have played this season, that they don't look anything like. So far, it could change, but so far, on the evidence we've seen so far, they don't look like championship contenders by any means.
And Berg is in to bowl to Simon Harmer. 2 short mid-wickets, and Harmer plays this ball down to mid-off. There's no run, 270 for 6. And almost to chime with that, although it'd be absurd to blame Harmer for Essex's poor start to the season, he did so well to get down to Taunton when he did, and Essex would not have won had he not managed to get from Test cricket in South Africa on the Monday to Taunton on the Thursday. But he just hasn't, either at Edgbaston or here in this game, looked his usual self in terms of his wicket taking as this ball is played back to the bowler. And fair play, you know, neither of those two pitches were guaranteed to suit his bowling, but I've seen him on many a pitch that you'd have said no other spinner was making it do anything, and he's picked up a bag full of wickets.
Yes.
So, as you rightly say, Essex so far have had an undistinguished start to the season. They fought back well here, and they did fight back well in the end at Edgbaston, batting very much better in the second innings than the first. This ball's hit into the covers to Zabe, and there's no run, 270 for 6. But actually, first innings runs are so important, and they can't afford to keep failing to reach even 200 in the first innings.
No.
Which they've done, they've failed to do for the third game running here. And Berg, with 2 slips from the river end, is in to bowl to Simon Harmer. Harmer plays this ball carefully back down the pitch, past the bowler to Luke Proctor. Once again, no run. Wheater 16, Harmer yet to get off the mark. And he would be particularly keen to do so here. Having, we got 8 in the first innings. But he is a classic example of someone who does get a lot of single-figured scores, but if he ever gets into double figures, he usually goes on and makes quite a few as he plays the next ball down to Proctor again at mid-on. The over ends, and Essex leading now by, what would it be, 73, 270 for 6.
Yes, and also today, or this moment, is not the time to demonstrate it, but he can play very aggressively. I remember one of the most interesting games, or enjoyable games I covered last season was at Old Trafford in a, what do they call it, Royal London, the 50 over competition anyway, when Essex required in excess of 20, quite a lot in excess of 20, 23 or 4 off the final over, and Harmer got them, getting 3 or 4 straight driven sixes, I recall very well, and to tie the match and deprive Lancashire of a chance of going through to the latter stages. As that's, well, it's short of a length than Wheater Ducks, but even to Wheater it didn't in the end get up very high at all.
Indeed not. And I remember vividly as well, I was watching from afar on the pictures of Harmer hitting those 4 sixes, and it was remarkable because Essex had seemingly lost all interest in chasing the target, and suddenly they got there.
Yes, that's outside the off stump, but then moved away because McManus finished up taking it sort of just to the left of his left shoulder.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Dick, you were actually doing the game, but I think Harmer's virtuoso meant that the game ended in a tie, didn't it?
Yes, as I just said.
Sorry, as you know, I don't listen to you, but thank you.
I don't blame you in the least. Why should you be different from anybody else? That's outside the off stump, goes through to McManus. Yes, and although it didn't make any difference to Essex because they'd qualified for the latter stages anyway, it did totally ruin Lancashire's day because they had they won the game, they would have gone through to the next round. In fact, immediately it was over. It was for a couple of minutes or so. That was just played out in the offside in addition to the score. You know, we knew that if Lancashire lost, then they wouldn't go through to the next stage, but nobody had. And if Lancashire had won, they would go through to the next stage. But nobody was quite sure when it ended in a tie. And I remember our admirable colleague from BBC Lancashire, who yet again, whose name escapes me, was in a bit of a quandary. What's the fellow's name in Lancashire? Scott. Yes. Reed, correct. Well done.
Whose surname I think it does spell it with a double E, which would make him 50% of the surname being a single.
I believe, talking of broadcasting at Old Trafford and live streams and things, I believe David Lloyd does the live streams now for Lancashire.
Right.
So if he's doing that when I'm up there, that will be that should be good fun. I can recall at the end of the over, 270 for 6. I can remember a match at Southend when, for some reason or another, I shared a commentary with Nasser Hussain, and I think it was a sort of benefit match. It wasn't a very serious match, and I said to him, "What's David Lloyd really like? To work with?" And Nasser Hussain doesn't mix his words. Just said, "Totally bonkers." Oh, thank you.
Berg runs away from us from the river end. Begins a new over to Simon Harmer, still to get off the mark, and doesn't do so here as the ball runs away to mid-wicket. And Taylor, 270 for 6. And yes, I remember, I think you shared the commentary on the closing stages with Keaton Jennings in that
yes, I did.
Game at Old Trafford.
Yes.
Berg's in and bowls to Harmer, and Harmer still won't get off the mark. Again picks out Tom Taylor at short mid-wicket.
Yes, Jennings was out through injury, so they'd got him on their commentary team.
Seemed a nice fellow.
He was very, very upset at the end.
But nice people can be upset.
Oh, yes.
The logic here in the box is...
In fact, in a way, they're more likely to be because they're more emotional.
Yes. As Berg is in, not Berger, and this ball, there are 2 short mid-wickets, and it goes to the squarer of the 2, Emilio Gay, and there's no run, 270 for 6. Just following up, we were talking about Joe Royal. Michael Alexander follows up and says he was a top player, Paul, a proper centre forward, and a real Evertonian. Loved up there, I gather. You're absolutely right in everything you say. Meanwhile, Berg is approaching again. Bowls to Harmer. Harmer still won't get off the mark as he plays this ball carefully down to mid-off, and once again score remaining 270 for 6, a lead currently of 73.
And we're coming up to the hour after lunch. In fact, there again, I think we're just over the hour after lunch, so my shift is over at the end of the over.
Berg is in and bowls to Simon Harmer. Plays it down to Luke Proctor at mid-on. So at the moment, there's a sort of stalemate out there. Score's been on 270 for 2 or 3 overs now. And Essex know that they're not out of the woods yet. They don't want to lose a 7th wicket before it absolutely has to happen. And Northamptonshire just trying to find a way through. It was a great ploy to bring Saif Saeed on for just the 1 over and get rid of Walter for 93. That's Berg, who is then reintroduced at the river end, bowls, and ball played into the covers, and there's no run there. So let's give a bit of credit to Vasconcelos for that tactical thinking. But the pitch is playing pretty true, and the wicket's really having to be battled for here by Northamptonshire. Essex 270 for 6.
Right, thanks, Paul. I'll make way for Andrew, and yeah, I'll see you later.
And there's that wonderful expression, not if I see you first, but I wouldn't dream of using it at this juncture. There's a bit of the worst cloud, or the most threatening cloud of the day approaching now. It wouldn't surprise me if there wasn't a little bit of rain, and forecast hasn't suggested that there'll be anything terribly horrendous over on this side of the country. But we shall see as we see the start of a new over from the Hayes close end, and Harmer plays the ball a few yards into the offside. Proctor it is, who's continuing his spell.
Afternoon again, Paul.
Yes, good afternoon, Andrew. Welcome back.
I think we might be going to see a little bit of Rob Keogh in the near future. He's starting to limber up. Yes, it was a good move by Ricardo Vasconcelos to bring Saif back into the attack. It's worth remembering how close Zabe came to dismissing Paul Walter off the last ball of yesterday's play.
Indeed, and inside edge here into the pads from Wheater, and could have gone anywhere, but just rebounds a yard or two into the offside. Yes, I'd say throughout his innings that Walter was less convincing against the two slow bowlers that we saw than the quicker bowlers against whom he seemed pretty confident.
Yeah, and they obviously had this, I think when Dick and I were on earlier, they obviously had a little bit of a theory about trying some short stuff to him, but it didn't work.
Next delivery is well outside off stump from Proctor, 270 for 6. We hear again from John Bootland, who says, can anyone remember the occasion during an English one-day cup game, Benson and Hedges question mark, when the captain declared on 0 for 0 after one ball?
Brian Rose.
Brian Rose, of course. Yes, down Somerset.
Yes, it was in order to make sure that they went through, but they didn't go through because they got lobbed out of the competition, didn't they?
It did indeed, as that goes through outside off stump. Just continuing John's email, he's saying after one ball, obviously losing the game when the opponent scored in the next over to ensure qualification for the next round on run rate or something similar. A large crowd was no doubt annoyed by not seeing a game, and this practice was outlawed soon after. And there was that case in Wales in club cricket about a couple of years ago in, I think, the county Glamorgan, as next ball is played back by Wheater to the bowler, and a Welsh side who tried a similar sort of dirty tactic around declaring an innings at a ridiculous juncture, and it was good to see that they too got, I think, thrown out of both the competition and the league they were in altogether.
Yeah, May the 24th, 1979. And it was indeed Brian Rose, declared after one over rather than one ball.
And next ball is dug out by Wheater. Good Yorkish length delivery. Another maiden over. Still 270 for 6. Wheater 16. Harmer yet to get off the mark. Who was Somerset playing on that occasion, Andrew?
Just looking to see who it was. But yes, they obviously won the match, and it was done because of the way that the groups were calculated. And it was Worcestershire.
Oh, a little bit of added animosity, I would imagine, there, with Worcester not being a million miles from Somerset.
So, yeah, but then in the end it was decided that Somerset should be lobbed out of the competition. So, yeah, I do remember that.
Nice memory there. Thank you, John, for your email.
Got to be Gareth Berg to continue from this river end. Bowled 18 overs in this innings and 16 in the first, so he's had another busy game. If he bowls a few more, he'll have an over for every year of his age in this match. This is his 35th and he's 41. Here's Berg in again, bowling to Harmer, who still isn't got off the mark, steers that down to backward point. 13 dot balls now faced by Simon Harmer. 270 for 6, so the lead is 73. We have 49 overs remaining after this one, assuming that the weather doesn't intervene.
There's a man who plays for Kent who regard Gareth Berg as only just starting his career.
Oh, Darren Stevens, yes.
Indeed, yes.
The first game of last season, which I'll come to in a second, as Berg comes in, bowls. Flight just holds that one back a touch, and Harmer pushes firmly at it, but he's going to get his first runs. It was in the air for a while, but it runs away down through backward point, chased down there by Taylor. And they come through for a couple of runs, so Harmer is away, 2 to him, and Essex 272 for 6. Yes, first over, in fact the first day of last season in the County Championship, Northamptonshire playing Kent at Northampton, freezing cold weather, and Gareth Berg bowled 22 overs on the first day, bowled beautifully. Of course, Darren Stevens playing in the opposition. Here's Berg in again, bowls on middle and leg and played up to short mid-wicket, no run. And I'm talking to Gareth Berg, doing the interview with him at the end of the day's play. I said, they say it's a young man's game. There's at the end of the day, Gareth Berg, who was then just 40, and Darren Stevens, who was then 44, in opposition. Still two players who are a credit to their profession. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Harmer, who's in behind that, pushing it up to Will Young, who's on the perch there at short extra. And there's no run. Change in the field as they're dropping Emilio Gay out down to deep square, so maybe they have another plan in mind. Still haven't started down at Southampton between Hampshire and Lancashire, so that looks a nailed-on draw now. Berg in again, bowls to Harmer, who plays it down behind square, down to long leg. Sanderson comes in off the boundary to field, and they come through for a single. Harmer to 3, and Essex to 273 for 6. At Headingley, Kent hanging on quite well, 268 for 6 against Yorkshire, so they're just 12 runs behind. Useful partnership through Ollie Robinson and Grant Stewart. Next ball played defensively by Adam Wheater, back down the pitch, fielded by Berg. End of the over, Wheater is 16, Harmer 3, 273 for 6. The lead is 76. Berg's bowled 19 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 51. Yes, Stewart and Ollie Robinson coming together when George Linder was out at 218 for 6. It's now 268 for 6, so Kent still in with a chance of saving that match. So it could be that if results go the way you would probably put money on at the moment, that Somerset win over Warwickshire will be the only positive result in Division 1 in this round of matches.
Ben Sanderson is replacing Luke Proctor from the Hayes Close end, and will be bowling initially to Simon Harmer, who's just got off the mark in that last over from Gareth Berg. And Harmer has 3 and Wheater 16, 273 for 6. 3 wickets have gone down today, but no 2 wickets have gone down in quick succession, which is what Northants were really looking for, as Sanderson's in, bowls to Harmer, digs this one out and plays it up to mid-off. The 3 men to go today: Matt Critchley caught Berg, bowled Taylor 47 after Matt Critchley and Paul Walter had put on exactly 100 for the 4th wicket. Then Walter with Feroz Kushi put on a further 69 before Kushi was caught by McManus off Taylor for 30. First ball of a bowling change, and then eventually, after a 6-wicket partnership of 37, we had another inspired bowling change that produced an immediate dividend when Saif Saib came on and bowled the obdurate Paul Walter for 93 after he'd faced 245 deliveries. And I think they're going to change the ball here, Andrew.
Yes, Nigel Long is toddling back to the little suitcase of balls, which is over the boundary rope in front of the stand here where the sponsors tend to sit, and he's down on his hands and knees at the moment, looking like going through the old, as we said yesterday, like somebody going through the sixpenny box in an old second-hand bookshop or in a charity shop, just trying to find one that's roughly in the same sort of condition. This one is, 32 overs old? So.
Yeah, memories of Bernard Cribbins here with the hole in the ground, because I was just thinking that someone who stumbled upon a cricket match and didn't understand these things would have been very puzzled by why this guy in a white coat and hat should disappear and bend down over on the far side of the boundary, trying to scrimmage away at something. Anyway, the deed has been done, and after 32 overs, the ball has been changed.
Yes, it's a little ploy, isn't it? It may well be that the ball had gone out of shape or the seam had split or whatever, but bowlers will often just try, if it's not doing anything, just try and change it and see if the replacement ball will do something. Northamptonshire just needing to pick up another couple of quickish wickets here.
Sanderson is in and bowls, and Harmer plays the ball sedately to Gareth Berg in the covers, and there's no run.
You were talking earlier about Northampton Town's one season in the old Division 1, 1965-66. There's a great story connected to cricket with that one, because it was in the days, of course, when Northampton Town shared the county ground with the County Cricket Club, and Northamptonshire's last cricket match against Gloucestershire was due to finish on one day, and they were due to play football match the next, and they had roughly 24 hours to turn the ground from a cricket ground into a football ground.
Sanderson to bowl to Harmer. That's well outside off stump and left.
I think it was, and somebody I'm sure will correct me if I've got this wrong, and it's off the top of my head, I think it was Everton they were supposed to be playing, and Northamptonshire, it was a match where Northamptonshire were actually challenging for the championship that year, 1965. But they needed probably to beat Gloucestershire, and it rained for a lot of the time. Colin Milburn played what many people will say was his greatest innings for Northamptonshire, of 152 not out in 3.5 hours.
Sanderson to Harmer, back to the bowler, no run.
But unfortunately for Northamptonshire, it wasn't enough. They just didn't have enough time to force a win. Arthur Milton blocked it out on the last day for Gloucestershire, and they then had to sort of convert the ground into a football ground for Northampton Town's first ever match in Division 1. So sadly the Cobblers went down after one season.
Well, Arthur Milton...
and even more sadly, Northamptonshire missed out on the championship to Worcestershire by 4 points.
Yes, Arthur Milton should have been at home at Northampton, because of course, come back to that, but Sanderson bowls to Harmer. Has he got anything on that? The answer's no. The wicketkeeper didn't look particularly animated. I think Sanderson was hoping that Harmer had just got a glove on that as it was taken down leg side. Yes, I was just going to say, I think Arthur Milton is just about the last international cricket player also to have been a footballer, and of course Northampton, fielding both sports on the same ground at that time, would have been reckoned to be very much at home, and evidently was, as this next ball is pushed away into the onside, and they get a single. Harmer up to 274 for 6.
It was Chris Balderston did play league football, didn't he? And
he did.
Played Test cricket. But
Doncaster Rovers.
But I think he maybe have finished with football by the time he played Test cricket for England, because he made his debut in 76, so fairly late on in his career. But
I think he played for Leicester in cricket, and Doncaster Rovers football amongst other clubs, doubtless. But yes, Milton, I think he made 100 on Test debut, if I remember rightly, against New Zealand.
58, yes, that's right. And that was. You talk to Northamptonshire supporters of a certain age, and they've never forgiven the late Colin Ingleby Mackenzie for declaring against Worcestershire and allowing Worcestershire to beat Hampshire down at Bournemouth, which was the result that eventually had a big say in that championship. Although others will tell you that Northamptonshire picking the wrong team when they played Worcestershire in a fairly crucial match, and picking David Larter when there was some question mark over his fitness, and not picking Hayden Sully, the off-spin. Oh dear. Here's Berg, bowls to Harmer, plays that to short mid-wicket where Tom Taylor fields, and there's no run. But it's the sort of, you think that sort of dispute argument's been going on for the best part of 60 years, and that in a nutshell is what county cricket means to a lot of people, and it's why, in my opinion, sort of franchise teams will never replace that.
Well said, yes.
Here's Bergin again, bowling full defensive, Harmer back down the pitch. That sort of long-term investment and passion. I think it was Neville Cardus who said that if a game's going to mean anything, it has to have the ability to make people upset and gloomy and
how true.
Glum, and absolutely right. Here is Gareth Berg running in from down below us here and bowling to Harmer outside the off stump, and Harmer letting that go through to McManus. Rob Keogh going through his limbering up routine at mid-off, so presumably we're going to see his off spin joining the attack fairly soon. How are we doing with the overs? We have 47 overs to go after this, so it could be a bit late for tea, assuming, as I say, the weather doesn't have a say. Here's Berg, and again that's forced off the back foot down to backward point, and there's no run.
Well, that cloud that was threatening just as you came back on air, Andrew, has disappeared without depositing anything on us.
It's my naturally sunny disposition.
Indeed,
it's obviously sent it on its way. No, I think it's the cloud. It looks to me pretty high.
Exactly.
So hopefully we'll get away with it. Here's Berg in again bowling, and that's Harmer jabbing down on it. Again, it was a ball that just slightly stuck in the pitch, just short of a length, and Harmer jabbed down on it, came down off a bottom edge, didn't go particularly close to the stumps, but I think he was concerned for a split second that it may have been in the proximity of leg stump. In the end, it rolled out into the onside and was fielded by Taylor.
I think it's a pitch where you need to keep your eye on the ball above all else.
Yeah, it's just the odd ones just doing a strange thing. That's a short ball, and it's sat up to be pulled, and it was pulled by Harmer, and very well fielded down on the boundary there by Ben Sanderson. Sends in his return.
Beautiful pick-up on the run.
It was, and keeps it down to a single. So Harmer is 5, Wheater is 16, and at the end of the over, 275 for 6 Essex. So they lead by 78. So we have 47 overs remaining. So let's think about this. Northamptonshire 78. Let's give Essex, best case scenario for Northamptonshire, probably give Essex another 50 runs. So 130. They'd want, I suppose, 20-25 overs, wouldn't they, to try and chase those down. So you probably need to polish this off this innings in the next, let's say, 25 overs.
As a new over begins from the Hayes close end, more runs here for Simon Harmer. They probably won't come back for a second, so it's just a single. 276 for 6, and Harmer goes up to 6. Michael Alexander comes back again and says of Chris Balderston, Carlisle United, Paul, 1 test for England, bowled for a duck by Holding, I think. I think he did play for Doncaster as well, because I think there's a story that he played for Leicester in cricket and Doncaster in football on the same day, as that ball goes through outside off stump, which if the match had been at Carlisle, I don't think he'd have got to.
I think he played twice for England, because he played in that 76 series. I think he made his debut at Headingley, and I only remember that because I think it was the same test that Peter Willey of Northamptonshire made his test debut. He played in that game and also played at the Oval when I think he bagged a pair, courtesy of Michael Holding, as the gentleman rightly says.
Beck's delivery is just pushed into the offside. There'll be no run there. Wheater, the man on strike, has 16 and has been on 16 for, I should think, about 20 minutes now. And Harmer has 6, 276 for 6, a lead of 79.
Yes, one of those, and by no means alone, who finished up getting picked for England when he's probably a little bit past his best. He had played 2 tests and then later umpired 2 one-day internationals.
Sanderson again digs this one in short, and Wheater just sways the head out of the way.
Played for Huddersfield Town, Carlisle United, Doncaster Rovers and Queen of the South.
There we are. Gosh, the information we're coming out with this afternoon, quite extraordinary.
Well, if it was out of our own heads, it'd be quite impressive. But I do remember the Chris Balderson debut, I say, because it was Peter Willey's test debut as well.
Memorable series, that one as well, as the next ball is played to short wicket. There's no run. I think that was a series where Dennis Amos got 200.
200 at the Oval, 203, and that was during the first test match that I ever actually attended in person. Watched a day, the Friday of that test at the Oval, when West Indies got a huge score, nearly 600 and something, nearly 700.
Sanderson's in, and the ball played back to the bowler, 276 for 6. To show you, as at the end of the over there, show you how embarrassing life can be as a school teacher, and how no matter how far you are away from your school, you can still be spotted. I went and saw a day in which Amos passed this 200, as we've mentioned. And it was a steaming hot summer. Places like Huddersfield, the water had to be taken from standpipes at the end of streets because there was so little of it going around. And very unusually for me, I actually wore shorts to go to the Oval. And I had this bright red pair of shorts, and I was sitting there innocently watching the cricket. And when the new term started a week or two afterwards, this lad in one of my classes came up and said, "Saw you on television, sir, in your shorts." It was bad enough, you know, if somebody spotted you locally, but when you're still not safe, because I was teaching in Leeds at the time, when you're still not safe 200 miles away, and Big Brother is still watching you,
yeah, absolutely.
you have your work cut out.
There's no escape. Well, it is going to be Rob Keogh, and he's going to bowl from this river end with a slip and a forward short leg, and Keogh who bowled 6 and a bit overs in the first innings. Here's Keown just starting his spell and turned down to forward short leg on the bounce by Harmer, and picked up the final wicket of the Essex first innings when he had Sam Cook caught by Vasconcelos at slip. Here he is again, bowling to Harmer, who's again pushing it to forward short leg, and there's no run. Keown into his 19th over of the innings. It's been pretty tidy. 9 maidens, 1 for 29. Here's Keown again bowling to Harmer, who's going to pick up a single as he punches that away off the back foot, goes down to safe Zabe, coming in off the backward point boundary, and they're through for the run. Takes Harmer up to 7 and Essex to 277 for 6. That's a lead of 80.
Yes, I think Cook had been dropped off the ball before he was then caught.
That's right, yes he was. And that's flighted up by Keogh, and Wheater pushing forward again. It goes on the bounce to Emilio Gay, who's there with the shin pads and the helmet at forward short leg. Plenty of applause from Vasconcelos encouraging his bowler. Keogh in bowls to Wheater, who's right over that one, smothering such spin as there may be. And it goes back down the pitch. Apart from the slip of the forward short leg, a short mid wicket and a short extra cover, flighted up again by Keogh, and Wheater turning it on the bounce to forward short leg. Gay fields, end of the over. Keogh 19 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 30, and Essex 277 for 6, so they lead by 80. There are 45 overs remaining.
And thank you to Michael Alexander, who came back, and as Andrew subsequently pointed out, Chris Balderston also having done duty on the county circuit for many years as an umpire.
Yeah, well respected umpire. So he did get a couple of ODIs.
So Sanderson beginning a new over from the Hayes close end to Simon Harmer. Harmer swats this ball away down to long leg. Fielded out of my sight, they get a single, 278 for 6. Harmer moves up to 8. We hear from Nick Hutton again, and he says, you mentioned Northants formerly sharing its ground with the football team. As an Essex fan, it is hardly surprising that I've only ever visited Northants once, and that was for a warm-up game for South Africa in 1994, I think. We'll come back to that, but here's the next delivery on its way from Sanderson. Bowls, and Harmer plays it into the onside. Sorry, it's not Harmer, Wheater, and there is no run there. Taylor fields. The email continues. Much as I enjoyed the day in the hospitality marquee, my favourite story about the Northants ground comes from Brian Johnston's book, Rain Stops Play. To quote directly from the book, and to leave Brian Johnston to tell the story, and once again I keep you in suspense because Sanderson is about to bowl once more to Adam Wheater. 2 slips and a short extra, defended to short mid-wicket, there's no run. So Brian Johnston wrote, at Northampton in 1976, Northants were playing Worcestershire, where spectators can drive their cars in and sit in them to watch the play around the ground. It was quite an important match, as Northants were in with a chance of drawing level with Middlesex at the head of the county championship table. In spite of this, there was a disappointingly small crowd. So I, Brian Johnston, said to introduce the game. Here's the next delivery. It's played rather left alone outside off stump. So Brian Johnston said to introduce the game, there's a small crowd here to watch this important game. In fact, I would say that there are more cars here than people.
Yes, Brian Johnston did I think he may have told that one when he came and did the Northampton the cricket festival dinner in 1992, and it was a wonderful evening. I had the good fortune to introduce him, and he was just every bit as charming and engaging as you would hope.
So the next ball will produce a single. And they might even think of a second because there's a long run in from the long leg boundary, but they don't take the second there. It was Kelly closing on the ball, and it's just pushed away off the pads, and Wheater at last gets off 16, moves on to 17, and the score to 279 for 6.
Yes, that South Africans match that the gentleman mentioned, I do remember that sadly, because I think it was the It was the game that Nigel Felton picked up an injury, had a badly broken finger.
And here's Harmer trying to flick a ball away on leg stump. It's well taken by Lewis McManus, diving to his left down leg side, and the over ends with Essex 82 runs in front at 279 for 6.
That pretty much ended his first class career, unfortunately, having formed that very successful opening partnership with Alan Fordham, the F plan, Fordham and Felton, and he got a bad break, and I'm pretty sure it was in that match, and played, if he did play again, he played very little after that. Keogh to start another over from this river end, and flighted up again to Wheater, who's playing it back down the pitch, and silky skills from Rob Keogh. Got a game for Dunstable Town on the evidence of that. Has knocked it up third attempt with the boot into hand and back at the end of his mark. Again, flighted delivery from, this is nice from Keogh, and this is Rob Keogh, I think, bowling the way he did a few years ago, and talking to John Sadler about this, and he was saying that Rob Keogh has just sorted out his run. He was just having a little walk in, and now he's actually got a proper run again coming in, and it seems to have just helped his momentum. That next ball played again by Wheater on the bounce to forward short leg.
Yes, I think he's bowled better than his very respectable figures of 1 for 30 and 20 overs.
Yeah, no, he's bowled nicely, and there's a strangled appeal for LBW. I must have hit Wheater outside the line. Got a decent stride. He's not a tall man, as we know, but he did manage to get enough of a stride in, I think, just to get outside the line. Here's Keogh again on leg stump, middle and leg maybe, and driven up to Taylor at mid-on, and there's no run. T, of course, this being the final day, will be at 20-4, so 25 minutes to go. Here's Keogh outside the off stump, and Wheater shoulders arms, lets it go through to Lewis McManus, who nips off a bail, just in the thought that McManus might be out of his ground, but he wasn't. And Keogh's bowled 20 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 30. It's 279 for 6. The lead is 82. As I say, we've got around about 25 minutes to go until tea, and we have 43 overs left in the match, and Matt Kelly's coming back for another burst.
Yep, I'll do one more over, and we'll welcome Dick back to the microphone. Just enable me to rattle through, I think we've 2 or 3 more emails. Martin Elliott says, your conversation about the Cobblers in Division 1 reminds me, I believe, that they still hold the record for the round trip of Division 4 to Division 1 and back again. And he says, and of course, Gloucester, Northampton, Somerset remain the 3 teams yet to leave the top of the Championship Virgin Territory in cricket. Martin, hoping to hear of wickets falling in Chelmsford, he signs himself off. Thank you very much indeed for your email, Martin. And here comes Kelly, replacing Sanderson from the Hayes Close end. Bowls, and this ball is left alone, goes through outside off stump. On the subject of Colin Milburn, John Bootland says, a while ago you mentioned the late Colin Milburn. This brought to mind John Arlopp's description of the great man, the cricketer who was poured into his clothes and apparently forgot to say when. That's brilliant. Magnificent description.
Great Arlopp line, isn't it?
Yeah. And so you can imagine his saturnine delivery of that statement with a complete deadpan. It was a wonderful comment from a wonderful man as this ball goes through outside off stump. I was blessed to share a microphone in commentating on a test match with Colin Milburn for Cricket Call International back in the late 80s. And by then, sadly, Colin was not in the best of shape, but what a wonderful player and entertainer he was. Stephen Tokley says, gents, glad to hear about football and cricket. Could Andrew explain how the football club set the ground up at Wantage Road? Did they play with the spectators on 3 sides? I just come back to that, but here is Kelly in, bowling again to Harmer, who has got this ball away to the backward point boundary, and that's a back cut, 283 for 6, and there are now 12 to Harmer, and the lead up to 86. The email continues. I catch my footballing pals out with the question, which 3 England captains played for Scunthorpe? And the answer is Kevin Keegan, Ray Clements and Ian Botham. So I don't know if you'd elaborate on the 3 sides after this ball, Andrew, yes. As Kelly comes in, bowls to Harmer, and the ball is played back to the bowler.
Yes, I mean it was always described as a 3-sided ground, but they did have spectators on the 4th side, on the cricket side, on the infamous duck boards that were laid out across the touchline on the cricket side of the ground. Obviously, the square would be roped off, so just stop anybody from actually getting on the square itself. But they did always leave a mark, of course, on the cricket outfield.
Kelly bowls and Harmer plays to the squarer of 2 short mid-wickets. There's no run, 283 for 6.
And I will tell anybody that will listen, and I'm sure people think I've gone slightly dotty, but I still think you can see, best part of 30 years after the Cobblers left the county ground, I think you can still see roughly the line where the touch line used to be and where the duck boards were. It may be my imagination, but it made the outfield at the county ground in the early part of the cricket season an absolute nightmare to field.
As Kelly completes the over by bowling to Harmer, the ball played to mid off. There's no run there. We'll leave 3 furls, 1 from Good Jeff and a Gloucestershire supporter. And we've also heard from Hatpeg and Martin Levin, so Dick will run through those as Andrew takes up the commentary.
Yes, and so it was an awful place to field on the part of the outfield in April and May, and in fact we were discussing during the Yorkshire match the likes of dear old John Dye used to have to field down there when Northamptonshire were in the field in the late 70s, and he and others used to have an awful time with the ball bobbling. Here's Keogh starting another over, bowls to Adam Wheater, who turns that up to Will Young at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. I'm very grateful to John Whiting, who's just been in touch with the regular Northamptonshire supporter, and I'll come back to that in a second as Wheater smothers that next ball from Keogh out towards Young at mid-wicket, and there's no run. John actually agrees with me that you can still see the line, where the touch line was on the football ground and the duck boards. I'm glad it's not just me that thinks that. I was beginning to wonder if it was my imagination, but evidently not. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Wheater, who plays it to forward short leg, fielded by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. So 1994 was the last Cobblers match there. Here's Keogh in again. That's turned on the bounce to Emilio Gay at forward short leg. So you have the main football stand on the far side of the ground where the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre is now. The hotel end with a big cavernous stand there when the football ground was being used. Wheater and again smothering that ball from Keogh, who again does shows his football skills, knocking the ball up from boot to hand, and then at the bowling green end you have the cop, the spine cop, the concrete terracing. They've all gone, of course. Pushed up to mid-wicket, last ball of the over from Keogh to Wheater, fielded by Will Young, and that's a maiden for Keogh, who's now bowled 21 overs, 11 maidens, 1 for 30. Essex 283 for 6, so the lead now is 86, with 17 of those to Adam Wheater, 12 to Simon Harmer. We have 41 overs remaining and about 20 minutes to go till tea.
Yes, it's interestingly poised, very interestingly poised, and well, I just hope that it plays out to its natural conclusion rather than being ruined by the weather. That would be very much an anticlimax. And it's Kelly from the far end, the Hayes close end, played off the back foot into the covers. No addition to the score. As Paul said, we've got 3 emails. We've had a lot of emails for this match. Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, gents. Enjoying the game and your chat. This is from Keith in Little Clacton. My first introduction to Essex cricket was at Clacton, and in 1965, Essex playing Northamptonshire. I remember the openers. Milburn scored 203, and Prideaux, that was Roger Prideaux, was it?
Prideaux, yeah.
153 not out in the first innings.
That was 66.
But they both made ducks in the second innings, he says.
Certainly did. That was 1966, and it was after Colin Milburn had been dropped by England.
Oh, right.
Made his debut that summer, made 100 in his set, made 94 on debut at Old Trafford against the very strong West Indies side with Hall and Griffith and Sobers and so on. Made 100 in his second test at Lords, where they tried to lift him off the ground and to mark his occasion. Of course, he was too heavy for them to lift. And then I think after the third or fourth test, they dropped him, and Northamptonshire went down to Clacton, and he took it out on the Essex bowlers, and he and Roger Prideaux put on a big opening partnership.
As the next livery is clubbed away to mid-wicket for a single, right out the middle of the bat. You probably heard it in our microphone, everything sounded correct.
Northamptonshire actually played at Westcliff in 1965, which was one of those games where obviously Keith Andrew and Trevor Bailey came up with an agreed declaration, and Northamptonshire won on a declaration. And when everybody has a bit of a chunter about Ingleby Mackenzie declaring against Worcestershire and giving Worcestershire the chance to win, it is worth pointing out that Northamptonshire did win a game on a not dissimilar declaration against Essex at Westcliff.
It wasn't unusual in those days, was it?
No.
It was a perfectly legitimate tactic. And I mean, when Essex won their first championship in 1979, Keith Fletcher was captain, and he did that frequently. And his philosophy was, you stand a better chance of winning the game if you give the opposition a chance of winning it as well.
Well, in three-day cricket, it was an art form, wasn't it?
It was an art
declaration, and Northamptonshire were very lucky to have had, in succession, the likes of Dennis Brooks as captain, Keith Andrew, Jim Watts, Jeff Cook, who was very, very good at judging a declaration, getting it right.
As Kelly moves in and bowls, and that's played out into the mid-off region.
And in three-day cricket on covered pitches, it became in the 80s, even in a sense, even more important, because Northamptonshire not probably having the strongest bowling attack at the time. The only chance often you got of winning a game,
yes,
was to chase a target, and captains gradually, of course, then became less and less generous.
Well, yes.
But it was, absolutely, in those days, it was an art form.
Yes, and sometimes people find this difficult to come to terms with, people who've been born into the modern game. That's out the off stump. And, it was quite, the accepted thing that after the second day or something, the captains would get together, maybe over a pint, and they'd literally sort of sit down, maybe even with pen and paper, and say, you give us that and we'll go for it.
Yeah.
And they'd argy and bargy and come up with a deal, and they reckoned that Keith Fletcher was a bit of a con artist in this respect, and would persuade visiting captains to accept deals that they might not have done otherwise. And this it sometimes irritates me a little bit when people refer to it as the days of match fixing. It wasn't the match fixing at all. It was setting it. It was quite the opposite almost. It was setting it up in a position so that both sides, or either side, could win, and make it far more entertaining.
My apologies. The 65 game was also at Clacton, so they played there 2 years running. But yes, it was. Northamptonshire declared it 0-0 after one ball in their second innings, and left Essex to chase a target, which they didn't get. In fact, they left them to chase. It was quite a generous one. Left them to chase about 240. Here's Keogh starting another over. That turned and bounced a little bit, and it beats Harmer, and it's very well taken by Lewis McManus standing up. He took the bails off, but Harmer was in his ground. Chase said it's 240 odd to win, and they were bowled out for 88 in 34 overs. There's Keogh edged and caught. And Keogh strikes, picks up his second wicket of the innings, and it's Simon Harmer who goes, forcing off the back foot, gets an edge, taken by Vasconcelos at slip. And this game is still alive. Harmer goes for 13, and Essex 284 for 7.
Yeah, very much.
do it again. There's a slip, a backward short leg and a forward short leg as Keogh comes in and bowls to Snater, who immediately is on the attack, whips that away to mid-wicket, fielded by Ben Sanderson, and there's no run, so Snater's approach, judging by that, is going to be not dissimilar to how it was in the first innings when he put bat to ball with great effect. Here's Keogh in and he sweeps and he misses, and it drops down off his body. Whether it flicked the glove I don't know, but it landed just in front of forward short leg. Well, this is an interesting approach by Snater, but as I say, it worked in the first innings. Here's Keogh bowls quicker, flatter ball, and Snater is away with a single as he plays it between the two fielders at short leg. Sanderson has to chase it back towards the square leg umpire. 185 for 7, so the lead is 88. Brings Adam Wheater on strike, and still the forward short leg and the backward short leg and the slip as Keogh bowls and